Let us humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for the gift of life that you have graciously given to us. We want to thank you for our visitors. We want to thank you for the noble cause, Lord, that you have called us to do in this, our nation, and in the different countries. We ask you, Lord, that even as we meet as prosecutors and as people from different fields, may you come and be with us in our deliberations. May you guide the decisions that we are going to make, that at the end of the day, we shall glorify your name and will be able to serve well the people that you have called us to serve and be able to minister justice to those who need justice. In Jesus' name I have prayed. Amen.
Thank you so much, Samari. The introductions are going to be as follows. We are going to start with the inner circle, then the next, and then the last one outside. Please let you keep it brief. Let them not be speeches, just brief introductions of who we are and where we are coming from. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Sylvester Mwakitaru, DPP Tanzania. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jen Francis Abodo, DPP Uganda, and your host, and I want to welcome each and every one of you to Uganda. Most welcome. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nurdin Mohamed Haji, and I'm the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Republic of Kenya.
Good morning. My name is John Bosco Siboinhore. I'm the National Prosecutor, and I'm representing the Prosecutor General who could not be here because of other engagements.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Dega Ashwil. I'm a DPP South Sudan. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Masako Chankakala, the Director of Public Prosecutions from the Republic of Malawi. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tyler Dunman, Country Director for the Human Trafficking Institute.
Good morning. My name is Alma Wanyama, Senior Technical Advisor with the EU MLCFT SK project.
Good morning. My name is Wamaida Kimani. I'm the Country Director with International Justice Mission here in Uganda.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Yambe. I'm the Country Director for the UN Office on Drugs and Crime in Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Neil Walsh, and I'm the Regional Representative of the UN Office on Drugs and Crime here in Uganda. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chuksunamba Opara. I'm the Program Director for the AJ Africa Program, headquartered out of Nairobi.
Good morning. I'm Moses Olinga. I work for International Fund for Animal Welfare. I'm the Program Manager for Uganda and the Horn of Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Barakat Mamo, Chief of Staff of Minister of State Minister for Ministry of Justice, Ethiopia. I am here representing State Minister, His Excellency, Mr. Alamanta Agdo.
Bonjour tout le monde. Monsieur Firmin Vonde Mambou, translation, procureur général de la République démocratique du Congo. Merci.
Morning. I'm Irene from Mozambique. I'm here representing the Attorney General of Mozambique, who is not possible to be here because of the agenda. Thank you.
Morning, Gilbert Piri, Director of Public Prosecutions, Republic of Zambia. Thank you.
Bonjour, moi c'est Sylvestre Nyandoui, procureur général de la République du Burundi. Merci.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sulaiman Mohammed Mahmoud. I am the Attorney General of the Federal Republic of Somalia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Farajan Chimbi, Acting Director, Asset Recovery Transnational and Specialized Crimes within the National Prosecution Services, Tanzania. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Odumbi James, Deputy DPP in charge of International Affairs, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Uganda. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Victor Mure, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions in the Republic of Kenya.
Morning, everybody. Lilian Obuo, Acting Deputy Director of Public Prosecution and also the Chief of Staff for DPP Kenya. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Claudine Dushimimana. I'm a National Prosecutor from Rwanda. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Angelo Sevid Gaetano, Senior Legal Counsel, Eaap, Focal Point. Thanks.
John Baptist Asimwe, Deputy DPP in the Office of the DPP, Uganda.
Good morning, bonjour, Mr. Gitonga Muranga, ODPP Kenya and EAP Secretariat.
Good morning. My name is Ngomanzi Alfred Frank, Prosecutor in Burundi.
Good morning. My name is Samali Wakoli, Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions and also Head of Department of Gender, Children and Sexual Offences in the Office of DPP of Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Simon Wang Ye, from South Sudan, Public Prosecution, Anthony.
Good morning. I'm Obet Siankanga, Deputy Chief State Advocate in charge of Mchinga Province from the Republic of Zambia. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nurhan Tumum, and I work for UNODC Regional Office for Eastern Africa on transnational organized crime.
Good morning. I'm Stephanie Durno-Carnes. I'm here with AGA Africa. I'm the Director of Operations for Wildlife Investigators Training Alliance, or WITA. We work across North America and the continent of Africa.
Good morning. I'm Sean Carnes. We're here on behalf of AGA Africa. I'm the Executive Director of the Wildlife Investigators Training Alliance.
Jambo, meu nome é Jorge Libilo, sou técnico no Gabinete de Cooperação Internacional da PGR de Moçambique e assistente do ponto focal a EAP.
Good morning, everyone. I am Igram Bunda, Head of Public Prosecutor Administration Main Council, Minister of Justice, Ethiopia.
Bom dia. Agostinho Rotuto é o meu nome, Procurador da República em Moçambique.
Bom dia. Chamo-me Olinda Noé Coça, sou ponto focal da EAP e sou magistrada do Ministério Público de Moçambique.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mercy Pondamali Lungu, Deputy Chief State Advocate from the National Prosecution Authority, Zambia, and EAP Focal Point Person. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Odit is my name. I'm a Principal Assistant DPP in the Office of the DPP Uganda. Thank you.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Je m'appelle Kubayo Isaac. Je suis le substitut du procureur général de la République du Burundi, point focal de East African Association of Prosecutors.
Good morning. My name is Kamil Abdullahi Muhammad. I'm the Director for MLA and International Cooperation, Attorney General's Office of Somalia.
What was this?
Good morning. My name is Pendo Makondo.
Assistant Director in the National Prosecution Services Tanzania, and the EAP focal point.
Good morning, Josephine Namatov is my name, Assistant DPP, Uganda. I head the Anti-Corruption Department.
Good morning, I'm Barbara Masinde, Chief State Attorney in the ODPP Uganda.
Good morning, I'm Abdul Latif Ali, First Consular of the Somali Embassy in Kampala. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Imad Khalid Saleh, Personal Assistant to the DPP Kenya, Mr. Nurdin Haji.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Socrates Owori Gerald from the Executive Office of the DPP Kenya.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anthony Bonjabo, State Attorney, ODPP, Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Edward Partridge from the Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecutions, Malawi.
Good morning. My name is Faith Msimuko, Office of DPP, Malawi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Salim Msemo, Senior State Attorney, National Prosecution Service, Tanzania.
Bonjour tout le monde, je suis Jonathan Lungunda, conseiller principal en communication du procureur général de la République démocratique du Congo.
Bonjour à tous et à chacun. Good morning everyone. Bon dia. Jambo kwa wote. Pierre Shindano, avocat général près la Cour d'appel de Kinshasa, Gombe. Je suis point focal pour la situation des projets de l'Afrique de l'Est.
Bonjour à tous. Je réponds au nom de Kazadi Kassonga Mouleba Jean-Claude, avocat général au parquet général de la République démocratique du Congo.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Bettina Ambach, the director of the Vayamo Foundation.
Good morning, everyone. Solomon Wasia Masitsa from UNODC.
Innocent Aleto, State Attorney, ODPP, Uganda.
Good morning to you all. My name is Obale Innocent, Senior State Attorney, ODPP, Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. Faith Analo from AML CFT SK Project.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Gilbert Agava, Head of Programs at International Justice Mission.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ompede Jennifer, Assistant DPP, Office of the DPP, Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Grace Nabagalantege. I'm a Chief State Attorney in the Office of the DPP, Uganda.
Good morning. My name is Enora Maren, and I'm representing the European Union delegation to Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Barbara Kauma. I'm an assistant DPP in the Office of the DPP. I head the Department of Field Operations and also Wildlife Division. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rachel Bihole. I'm an Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions. I also head Prevention of Trafficking in Persons in the Office of the DPP, Uganda. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faith Turumanya. I'm an Assistant DPP in the Office of the DPP, Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Atim Florence Laura, Senior Coordinator Legal, International Justice Mission.
Bom dia a todos. Meu nome é Emerson Zunguz. Trabalho no Gabinete de Cooperação, Procuradoria-Geral da República, Moçambique.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Henry Kateule, Personal Assistant to the Director of Public Prosecution of the Republic of Zambia. Thank you.
David Baxter Wachwinga is my name, Senior State Attorney, Office of DPP.
Good morning, everyone. Harriet Angom is my name, Chief State Attorney, ODPP, Uganda.
Ojok Alex Michael, an Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions, Officer of the DPP, Uganda.
Good morning. I'm Okelo Richard, Assistant DPP, ODPP, Uganda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kulu Idambi is my name, Assistant DPP, Uganda.
Good morning. My name is Martin Rukundo, Assistant DPP or DPP Uganda.
My name is Moses Onenchan, Assistant DPP in charge of Mbara region.
Good morning. I'm Rose Kipiego, Chief Information Officer, Office of the DPP Kenya. Thank you.
Winfred Aimbisiwe, Assistant DPP Uganda.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for the patience. Without wasting much time, but for purposes of emphasis, the translations, ladies and gentlemen, are on. English is channel 1, channel 2 is French, and channel 3 is Portuguese. If you have any challenges with equipment, please let us know. Let me take this opportunity to invite our Director of Public Prosecutions Uganda, our host, to just come and say hello and invite the chairperson of the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Biansi, and I want to take this opportunity to say we are sorry for starting the program late, but the good news is that you are all here in Uganda. That is for me. It is even if you went back in the afternoon, I would be very, very happy that we met. I want to welcome each and every one of you to Uganda, especially the international delegates. And as I told you last night, Uganda is the pearl of Africa. Please don't concentrate on the conference alone. Be able to go out after the sessions in the evening, and also you can extend your stay. We can see to that you'll stay comfortable even if you stayed for another 1 week. So I want to welcome you, and I also want to welcome our partners who are in the room present. We value your cooperation with the Office of the DPP Uganda. I also want to welcome my prosecutors from the regions. I can see, I have not seen most of them in a long time, so I'm most excited to see you here this morning. I want to also welcome other prosecutors who are from Kampala and members of the press, of course, and invited guests. So at this point, I would like to invite the DPP Kenya, Aji Nordin, please come and take your seat so that we can start with the first session. Just to save time, once the minister comes, we shall find out whether we can cut the session short or we can actually finalize with the session. So I want at this point to hand over to the DPP Kenya. You can invite members of your team to start the session. Once again, welcome. Karibu. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'll skip the protocol and go straight to the program. And then maybe when the minister is here, we can restart the opening ceremony. So today we have a panel discussion that will take 20 minutes each. Each of the presenters will take 20 minutes. And we have different topics that shall be discussed. And I refer you to this document. I think probably page 3. Yeah. Okay, no problem. Okay. The first one will be, the topic will be understanding sexual and gender-based violence gaps and way forward. And I would ask Ms. Laura Florence Atim to come up. The second one will be human trafficking, Uganda's enforcement model. And I'll ask Mr. Taylor Dunman to please come up. We will also have one presentation on child sacrifice, but I understand that he's not in yet, but will join us shortly. Then we will also have presentation on anti-money laundering and terrorism financing by Ms. Alma Wanyama. Not Wanyana. You are killing our Kenyan names. On a light note. I will try to just read out some of the bios of the presenters so that you understand who they are. And I will start with the topic of understanding sexual and gender-based violence gaps and way forward. Ms. Florence Laura Atim is a senior coordinator, legal partnerships at International Justice Mission. She's an advocate of the High Court of Uganda and very passionate about protecting women and children from violence. Before joining IJM, she worked at Muganwa and Tenzan Company Advocates. In 1993, the UN delegation on the elimination of violence against women offered the first official definition of gender-based violence as any act of gender-based violence that results in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, or psychological harm or suffering to women, including threats of such acts, coercion, or arbitrary deprivations of liberty, whether occurring in public or in private life. Violence against women is among the most widespread and socially tolerated of human rights violations cutting across borders, race, class, ethnicity, and religion. And therefore adopting a survivor-centered approach such as setting up victim-friendly establishments for reporting on psychosocial support, creating awareness with increased focus on community-based policing and care, adopting a multi-sectoral approach that includes rapid response teams, law enforcement agents, investigative agencies, in collaboration with their respective prosecution agencies, will be the way forward. Several issues will be addressed by Madam Florence. And what I propose, because the program here says 20 minutes, probably if you could try and present it within 15 minutes. And we give about five minutes or so for any responses from the floor before we go to the main plenary, just because they are varying topics. And we might, if we leave it all at the end, we might lose the purpose of the presentations. So if you can work between 10 and 15 minutes, so that we can have either 5 or 10 minutes just to recap and address before we move to the next topic. So I will now give the floor to Ms. Laura Florence Atim. Welcome.
Thank you very much, DPP Nordin. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I've already been introduced, so I want to go back into that. I'll dive straight into the definition of SGBV. As mentioned by the DPP, SGBV has been defined severally as any act that results into or is likely to result into physical, sexual, economic, or psychological harm to another person, and it includes any threats to commit such acts, any form of coercion or deprivation of liberty, whether occurring in a person's private or public life.
Just a minute. I think the press are requesting if you could do the presentation from the podium, please. You can go there. Thank you.
Thank you. So I was in the process of defining what SGBV is, that is sexual gender-based violence, and I'm going to continue from where I had stopped. I had already defined what SGBV is, and I would like to break this down. SGBV is mostly premised on gender norms and unequal power relations. And when we talk of gender norms, these are basically expectations of different communities from a woman or a man that usually fuel abuse. For instance, in many communities, men are expected to be breadwinners, and sometimes when they don't meet their obligations as heads of families, violence ensues in the family. The family may demand for maintenance, and if he's not able to, violence may result, and sometimes the violence may turn physical or even fatal. And Another basis for SGBV is unequal power relations. When we talk of unequal power relations, we mean imbalances between the male and female gender that usually spark off violence as well. And these imbalances basically make one gender to be perceived as weaker than the other. For instance, most times women have been perceived as weaker than the men, and because of that, they usually fall easy prey of SGBV in many ways. For instance, when you look at statistics of victims of sexual violence, most of them are female women or girls. And of course, there are also male victims of SGBV, but majority are the women. In terms of the global situation, SGBV is highly prevalent across the globe, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, and the Oceania. And according to global statistics, 1 in every 3 women has suffered physical, sexual, or intimate partner violence. And in Africa, SGBV is mostly prevalent in the sub-Saharan part of the continent. And according to statistics, most of the countries that suffer SGBV are those that have been categorized as the least developed countries. And in these countries, 37% of the women have been reported to have suffered SGBV. So it is a global problem. It's not only an East African problem. It's a global problem, and it is highly prevalent among the women and girls, but also men suffer sexual gender-based violence, though not compared to the women and girls. I'll go straight into the different forms in which it manifests. As mentioned in the definition, SGBV manifests in 4 major forms. That is physical abuse, which is basically any act or behavior which endangers or harms a person's life, health, safety, or limbs. And it includes actions like kicking, boxing, stabbing, or strangling a person. And there are many crimes that we have in our laws that are categorized under physical violence. Thank you. SGBV also manifests as sexual violence, and sexual violence is basically any behavior of a sexual nature which is humiliating or degrading to the victim that has been perpetrated to. And we have different crimes as well in our laws that are categorized under sexual violence. For instance, defilement of children, rape, aggravated defilement, indecent assault, and many others. SGBV also manifests in form of economic violence. This is the deprivation of economic entitlements, and it's usually common in domestic relationships. For instance, you find husbands not providing for their families, children being neglected, men depriving women of jointly owned resources like bank accounts or land, and many other examples. And lastly, it manifests as psychological abuse. And this is basically any act or behavior which is humiliating and degrading towards another person. And it can be perpetrated in many ways. For instance, persistent insults, name-calling, possessiveness, threats. And this is also very common in intimate partner relationships. So those are the 4 major ways in which we see SGBV manifesting, although we have many other crimes of SGBV, like child marriages, FGM, that is female genital mutilation, human trafficking, and many others that don't necessarily fall under these 4 categories. In terms of the challenges, which I'll discuss from the Ugandan perspective, we have so many challenges that we face during SGBV prosecution, and I'll discuss these challenges concurrently with the solutions in the interest of time. The first challenge that we usually face is the challenge of case backlog, especially when it comes to capital cases. We have very many cases that are pending in our High Court, and this is because of procedural delays as a result of our criminal procedure, as well as the limited number of high court circuits and judicial officers, as well as prosecutors. In terms of the procedural delay, in Uganda, most capital cases are heard during what we call special sessions that are organized for hearing these cases. These cases are not heard on a day-to-day basis, and as a result, we have a lot of backlog. Most times these sessions depend on funding from the judiciary or development partners who sponsor these sessions. And when funding is not available, victims have to wait until funding is available, sometimes 2, 3, 4, 5, even 6 years. And also in terms of procedure, most capital cases don't go straight to the High Court. They have to first be mentioned in magistrates' courts before accused persons are committed to the High Court for trial. So these procedures usually cause a lot of delay and backlog in terms of cases. And in regards to the limited number of high court circuits, we have very few high court circuits, although the judiciary is working hard to see that the number of high court circuits are increased. And most of these high court circuits cover very wide jurisdictions, and you find that one judge is covering maybe 4 or 5 districts. In Karamoja, we now have a high court that has to cover 9 districts. So judges cannot effectively dispose of these cases. And as a result, many survivors lose interest in their cases because of waiting for long periods. Sometimes they end up settling their cases with perpetrators. Witnesses also get lost. Others may pass on. Others may move to other locations. So as a way forward, we propose that there's need to revise our criminal procedure so that capital cases go straight to the High Court for trial, and also there's need to hear capital cases on a day-to-day basis. I'm glad that the judiciary is now working on a pilot project, starting with Kampala. Hopefully it will be successful and we can have our judges hearing criminal cases of a capital nature on a day-to-day basis. The second problem that we usually face during SGBV prosecution is the problem of poor investigations. In many of our cases, we find that there are so many gaps in the evidence that is presented before the court, which usually affects the outcome of many cases. And this is mainly because investigations are not prosecution-led. Most times the police will go and do investigations without consulting the prosecution, and by the time they are forwarding the file to the prosecution, valuable pieces of evidence have already been lost, and this affects the evidence. And secondly, the police has limitations in terms of resources, especially skilled investigators, in terms of skilled investigators, as well as financial resources to conduct proper investigations. You find that in most cases, the police will rely on the complainant or survivors to go and conduct investigations. And if the survivor or complainant doesn't have money to facilitate the process of investigating their case, then the case is a dead case, because by the time they can get resources to go and conduct the investigations, you find that, again, valuable pieces of evidence have been lost, like exhibits being tampered with, especially when it comes to cases of sexual or physical abuse. So you find that in most cases, the prosecution is able to prove that a crime has been committed. However, they fail to link the perpetrator to the crime. And this affects the outcome of many of our SGBV cases. So I would like to encourage us, in order to address this, to emphasize prosecution-led investigations. Let's try to mentor the police officers that we work with, the investigators. I know many of them lack investigative skills, but as we work with them, let's mentor them and guide them, as well as coordinate amongst the government stakeholders, the different actors, as well as with partners. At IGEM, for instance, we usually support the police and other stakeholders who respond to cases of abuse. When the police is stuck, they usually call us and we support them in case they don't have maybe transport or facilities to go and investigate cases. So it's important that we learn to coordinate with different partners, because where there are gaps in terms of resources, partners can come in and support a case. We also have a challenge, a very big challenge of the police mediating cases of sexual gender-based violence, and this is still happening in most of the police stations. You find that survivors report cases, and the police will take it upon themselves to mediate these cases without even consulting the prosecution. And this has a very negative impact on survivors, because they get to lose confidence in the public justice system. Others get exposed to re-victimization, because if the police closes a file without any redress to a survivor, they go back very disappointed, and most times they will never come back to report any other case of abuse. And you find that the same perpetrators go back and repeat the same abuse because they've not been punished for their crimes. So we need to as well mentor police officers and come up with strict guidelines against police mediating cases and closing files without consulting the prosecution. Another big challenge we usually face during SGBV prosecution is the challenge of weak sentences. Many times the prosecution will do a good job of proving a case against accused persons, and they get convicted. But when it comes to sentencing, especially in the lower courts, the sentences are very weak, very disappointing, and demoralizing. I'll give an example. 2 weeks ago, I handled a case where a partner had threatened to shoot his partner. They're not married, they're cohabiting, and they have one child. And however, she was strong. The gun was fully loaded. He's a security officer. He went and threatened to shoot her with a suicide note, but she managed to push the gun away from her until she was rescued. And when we went to court, this person pleaded guilty, but the magistrate gave him 1 month of community service. And the survivor was very disappointed. The community leaders who had made a lot of effort to arrest this man were all very disappointed. So you can see how weak sentences can impact survivors. And some of them vowed never to report any other case to court if that's the kind of redress they get from court. And some of them will prefer mob justice, because when they go to court, court doesn't give deterrent sentences. So I would like to encourage us to advocate to our partners in the judiciary for more deterrent sentences against SGBV crimes, regardless of the relationship that the survivor has with the abuser. It's also important that some laws like the Domestic Violence Act are amended so that the punishments are more tougher. Because currently, like in the Domestic Violence Act, as it is, the maximum sentence is imprisonment for 2 years, which is quite low, and some police officers take advantage of that. Like where an assault is committed, they will charge the perpetrator under the Domestic Violence Act because it offers a weaker sentence than the Penal Code, which would offer a tougher sentence of maybe 5 years if it's an assault occasioning actual bodily harm, or 7 years if it's doing grievous harm. So we need to advocate for more tougher sentences in these crimes of SGBV. Another challenge that we face during SGBV prosecution is the challenge of the lack of witness protection in Uganda. We don't have laws that protect witnesses, and as a result, many times witnesses are not willing. They're not willing to testify in these cases for fear of their life, and of course this affects most cases, and also especially where there's a relationship, or in insecure places like Karamoja, where we're currently working. We're facing a lot of that. It's rare that people will come up to testify against a perpetrator, even when they have witnessed a crime. And this is because we don't have a witness protection program. So as a country, it's important that we have a witness protection program so that we can respond more effectively in cases of SGBV. And then we also have a challenge of lack of coordination among the different justice actors. You find that most actors work in silos. They don't coordinate with each other. And yet when we coordinate, when we handle these cases collaboratively, we can have better outcomes. Because as a country, we have challenges when responding to these cases, like I mentioned earlier. But when you coordinate with different stakeholders and partners, you can bridge the gap. For instance, when the police has challenges investigating a case, they can always call a partner who works in the same space for support. Like at IGEM, we do that a lot. We always get calls from the police to support with investigations or collecting forensic medical evidence for medical investigations. And lastly, there is a lack of application of the trauma-informed approach as well as the victim-centered approach during prosecution of most of SGBV cases. I know a lot of effort is being made by different stakeholders to ensure that cases are tried in a trauma-informed manner, but there's need for more effort. Basically, the trauma-informed approach calls for different actors understanding trauma, its symptoms and signs, and how it impacts survivors, and then, responding from that perspective, understanding why they do things the way they do, understanding why sometimes they don't cooperate with us. And the victim-centered approach calls for consideration of the voices of our survivors during prosecution. When we incorporate both approaches during prosecution, we shall get better outcomes in our cases, and we shall improve the confidence of the public in the public justice system, because as it is, many people don't trust the public justice system to give them redress when they face abuse. I'd like to end there. My time is up. Thank you very much for listening.
You're done? Okay. I was waiting for you to come and sit.
Okay,
Laura, thank you very much, Laura. I think as you've all heard, there are several issues that have been raised and proposals of how we can overcome some of the challenges that we are facing, from delays in the high court sessions, lack of awareness, issues of lumping up cases, it's a big problem. Issues of investigations and investigators not involving prosecutors, or not having a prosecution-led investigations. The issue of resources that affects the outcomes of some of the cases. Lack of coordination in the justice sector, which is critical. The issue of police trying to mediate cases of SGBV instead of forwarding the cases to prosecutors. Is another huge problem that we have in this area. Weak sentences that are not clear. We don't seem to have sentence guidelines or legislations that outline clearly the kind of sentences that should be meted out. The lack of witness protection agency, the lack of application of victim-centered approach or trauma approach. So these are quite a number of issues that have been raised. I will probably give about 5 minutes because of time. She went over the 10 minutes. She went she used almost 15, 16 minutes. So I'll just give quickly 5 minutes if there are any comments we want to make now or in the plenary. Yes.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My name is Angelo Sevit from South Sudan. My question is that why most of the case of SGBV cases is just in sub-Saharan countries among women and girls, apart from some reason that you mentioned, like economic problem, poverty, this kind of thing. Thank you.
It is SGBV, not LGBV. So it is S, which is sexual. You can end up taking us somewhere else. Maybe you can address the question on a light note.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I would think that most of these cases are in the sub-Saharan part of Africa, and they affect women mostly because of our cultures, cultural beliefs, and as I explained earlier on, the gender norms that are backed by most of our cultures promote abuse, and that's why it's important that there's need to work with different local leaders, cultural leaders, so that we move on from some of those barbaric cultures that are exposing women and children to abuse. For instance, the cultures of early marriage. In many communities, girls as young as 12, 13, 14 years are being married because that's the culture, but we need to move away from that. In some cultures, there's what we call marital rape. When you successfully rape a woman, you can marry her. But that's gender. That's abuse. That's sexual violence, because sex is supposed to be consensual. So I think this has a lot to do with our cultural beliefs, and it's important that we change some of these attitudes and cultures that expose women to violence. Then we'll see a reduction in violence against women and children in the sub-Saharan part of Africa.
Zambia.
Yeah, scintillating presentation. Just out of interest, the case that you highlighted, the case about threatening to shoot. Just out of interest, have you tried to appeal it, or what is the plan? Are you going to appeal? And perhaps by extension, how do courts here handle cases where there's cogent evidence of abuse, but because of the power relations that you talked about, a partner wants to withdraw or is desirous of withdrawing the case? Experientially, how have the courts reacted to such experiences? Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. So in that case, we haven't really appealed. Usually, according to our laws, when an accused person pleads guilty, then the state cannot appeal because they've pleaded guilty. It's only the accused person who can appeal against a sentence if it is illegal or severe. In this case, the sentence was very minimal. So we are stuck at that because of the law. And then in terms of withdrawal of cases, from my experience, I've seen many courts being very willing to allow victims of intimate partner violence, especially where there's a relationship, withdraw their cases. And that's very unfortunate. Usually when it comes to defilement cases, they're a bit tough, but when it comes to cases of intimate partner violence or domestic violence, they are very accommodative, and when victims want to withdraw their cases, they will most likely allow them to withdraw. But part of what we are doing as IJM is to build the capacity of the justice actors to understand why sometimes victims behave the way they do, because most times they actually are not willing to withdraw these cases, but because of pressure from family members, pressure from the economy, especially if the husband is the breadwinner, then she'll be forced to go and withdraw the case, even when she actually does not want to withdraw the case. So it's important that we understand how perpetrators behave, because most times they manipulate their spouses into going to court to withdraw these cases. Yeah, I hope that answers you.
I'll allow one more question, then we can go to the next session. Mozambique. Sorry.
Em primeiro lugar, agradeço a Vossa Excelência pela palavra. E
one minute.
Yes.
Okay, please proceed.
Dizia que, em primeiro lugar, agradeço a Vossa Excelência pela palavra, mas gostava também de dizer que temos tido a sorte de vir a estes encontros e nos depararmos com a escolha de temas que são da preocupação, daquilo que eu estou a concluir, dos nossos países. Então, temos que congratular a escolha de mais este tema, que não preocupa apenas Moçambique, mas preocupa aos nossos países, razão pela qual nós estamos aqui. Em Moçambique, nós agora deparamos também com este tipo de criminalidade, razão pela qual, durante este período, inclusive na semana passada, tivemos um debate televisivo relacionado com violência doméstica, relacionada com uniões prematuras, como nós designamos, mas posso dizer que, talvez para poderem perceber melhor, que são casamentos prematuros e também relacionado com os crimes contra a liberdade sexual. E eu gostava aqui de pedir a vossa experiência em relação, porque se nós falarmos de casamentos prematuros, é fácil nós chegarmos à conclusão de que isso tem a ver com as nossas tradições, como disse a oradora. Agora, quando nós estamos a falar de crimes contra a liberdade sexual, onde as mulheres, as raparigas, inclusive menores de tenra idade, que, por exemplo, em Moçambique, podemos encontrar crianças de 3 anos a serem violadas, e a serem violadas, às vezes, com as suas famílias, pais, tios, irmãos, vizinhos. A questão que se pergunta é, será que isto é ainda tradição africana? Provavelmente não. Então, a preocupação que nós trazemos aqui para os caros colegas é, alguma vez na vossa experiência, sentaram para descobrir qual é a razão que leva um pai, um tio, um irmão, um vizinho a violar uma criança de tenra idade? Então, é esta a experiência que nós queríamos aproveitar, colher da nossa apresentadora, da nossa oradora e de quem puder também transmitir a sua experiência. Muito obrigada.
Thank you so much for your comments, Madam. So I'm glad to hear that we share so much in terms of how we are responding to SGBV. Thank you so much for your comments and for sharing with us what you're doing in Mozambique. Indeed, I always ask myself why a family member would rape a child that is related to them, and I don't have answers for that. I know there's no culture really that supports that. It's an abomination in every culture, and that's why I was emphasizing that when a family member commits an act of violence against another family member, they should be given very deterrent sentences to send a message out to the community that if you defile your own child or rape your own child, then you have to be punished. I know for a fact that there are cases where family members defile children of the same family, and they try to hide these cases from the public justice actors. They don't report these cases. They try to resolve them traditionally. So we need to send a message. We need to create awareness, send a message out there that these crimes are against the law, and that if you commit them, whether you're related to the victim or not, you have to serve the same sentence as any other person who is not related to them. I would even propose tougher punishments for relatives who defile their own children and other relations. Thank you.
Maybe the last one, I'll say Burundi.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et merci, Madame, pour votre présentation. Et parmi les défis relevés, j'ai entendu le manque d'un système de protection des témoins. Et cela, c'est un problème récurrent dans presque tous les pays. Et je voudrais entendre votre commentaire sur la manière dont vous procédez pour relever ce défi. Aussi, parmi l'assistance, il y a un pays qui est avancé dans cette matière. Je voudrais qu'il puisse nous partager cette expérience. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, sir. So in Uganda, that's a real challenge for us, and we've lost many cases because of witnesses refusing to come to court to testify, and we still continue to lose many cases. And so currently, we don't have any program or law that protects witnesses, and but we are advocating. We're advocating for the same, and hopefully, Parliament can hear our plight and pass that law so that we can get better outcomes out of our prosecution. Because I believe when witnesses know that they are protected, then they can openly come and testify in court. So from my personal experience, usually in the areas I've been prosecuting, there have not been very, very serious security threats against witnesses. So what we have done, where there is a real threat, we've supported to move witnesses in the past to other locations for a while until they feel safe to go back into the community that they come from. So there are different ways in which we can protect witnesses, but this is at a personal level, really. It's not at an institutional level. So it's about you agreeing with the witnesses who is willing to testify in the case, how you'll handle the issue of their security, and whether they feel comfortable testifying. If they don't feel comfortable, sometimes you just have to let them be, because you wouldn't want to risk someone's life for a case. So it's basically discussing with them and how best, discussing with them how best they can be protected, and then seeing how to go about the whole situation. But we don't have any national protection programs or laws or institutionalized programs to protect witnesses currently in our country. Thank you.
Maybe I can add, in Kenya, we have the Witness Protection Agency, and it provides protection. But then, even then, you must be able to cooperate. Even when you have a witness protection agency, you must be willing to be part of the program, because it relocates you to somewhere else that is supposed to be safe and allows you to be away from the community at times and from your own family. Sometimes the victims are not willing to go through that. And it doesn't necessarily mean that if you have Witness Protection Agency, then everybody will go under it. It is also very capital intensive, because then you have to get safe houses where these individuals can stay in. Another thing that we have tried to do in Kenya is that we prioritize women police officers to deal with fellow women. Because of the culture also, some of them feel very shy to share some of that information. We have also done the same with prosecutors, and we have a mainly female prosecution-led units. And this helps a lot to allow the women to be more free in sharing information. In addition, when it comes to children victims, we've also tried to create children-friendly environments where they can be able to also share information and help in investigations and also prosecutions. I think with those few words, what we'll do is in the plenary we can discuss more. You can note down what you want to raise. I will now propose that we go to the second presentation, that is human trafficking, Uganda's enforcement model. And it will be presented by Mr. Taylor Dunham, the Country Director, Human Trafficking Institute. Taylor leads the Institute in country partnerships and operations, which serves to effectively combat human trafficking in Uganda through successful investigations, prosecutions of traffickers. Trafficking in persons remains one of the most prominent forms of transnational organized crimes. Criminal entities exploit this form of cross-border crime by capitalizing on the porous nature of our borders. Some of the challenges posed by the trafficking in persons are enormous, especially considering that our borders are long and porous. The key to understanding the fight against human trafficking lies in effective monitoring and trend analysis. This ensures critical actors in the fight against trafficking in persons are sufficiently equipped. Additionally, understanding the migration patterns and trends may aid in the direction of illegal immigration that may indicate trafficking in persons. So we look forward to the presentation by Mr. Taylor Dunham and the experience of Uganda in enforcing the model that they have. Welcome, Mr. Taylor.
Good morning. I don't know if my presentation can be pulled up, please. Very good, thank you. Yes, thank you very much, and good morning again. I'm honored to speak briefly about human trafficking and an enforcement approach that the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions here in Uganda has taken, working with police and partners as well. The reality is that 50 million, let's see if my clicker works here. There we go. 50 million roughly is the most recent estimate of the number of victims of human trafficking throughout the world. And so, as you can imagine, every country in the world is looking to combat human trafficking in some way. But the reality is that human trafficking explodes where laws are not enforced. It's a simple fact that human traffickers know that if they can get away with the crime, that they're going to do that. And so we see that even as my colleague mentioned in SGBV cases, if the perpetrator knows there's no repercussions from the conduct that they're choosing to engage in, they will keep doing it, and human trafficking is no different. The vast majority of these victims are going to be found in developing countries. About 93% of victims of human trafficking are found in developing countries around the world. So here's the big idea. What if we could stop trafficking by empowering criminal justice systems to stop traffickers? It's as simple as that. Can we use enforcement as an approach, not the only approach, but one approach to successfully stop human trafficking in a country? And we do that by looking at the criminal justice pipeline. The goal of an effective criminal justice pipeline is to not have any leaks, such that the cases that enter the pipeline can be successful all the way through the end. But often when we study the different actors in the criminal justice system, we see there are shortcomings and difficulties and obstacles. And the goal of a system of enforcement is to identify those leaks and begin to plug them, fix them, address those challenges as we go through. That allows for cases to enter the system and then ultimately exit the system such that traffickers are stopped and victims are freed and other traffickers are deterred and other potential victims are spared from exploitation. So since 2019, we've been working with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions under the leadership of the DPP here and as well as police to do several things to address the issues of the criminal justice system in Uganda. One is the full implementation of the anti-trafficking law here in Uganda, the Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act. The next is to increase case coordination. The term prosecution-guided investigations has been mentioned. It is the key to effective human trafficking investigations. And then developing some very practical tools and resources to address and identify and help the stakeholders be able to be effective in doing their work. As I said, full implementation of the Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act. When I moved here in 2019 and began interacting with police and prosecutors throughout the entire country of Uganda, one of the first questions I would ask before doing a training with them is, have you ever seen or received a copy of the Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act? Almost 80 to 90% of the time, the prosecutors and the police would respond with the answer, no, I've never seen it, or I've had very little interaction with it. So the first step in becoming a successful enforcement body in the country would be to understand the anti-trafficking law. The anti-trafficking law, much like most of the countries in East Africa, was taken from the Primero Protocol. It is a very effective and well-written statute with good punishment, good victim protection, but it was not being used. Instead, prosecutors and police would do what they often do, and as a prosecutor myself, what I would often do is I would charge the crime under what I already knew. I would use the Penal Code Act to charge a crime that looked like trafficking instead of actually using the legislation that was intended for this crime. I was making my job as a prosecutor more difficult, and I was not setting myself up for success. Second, we had to increase in coordination and communication of these cases. And as it's been mentioned, it's a simple approach of opening lines of communication between police, investigators, and prosecutors who will ultimately handle the case. Prosecution-led or prosecution-guided investigations. And we've seen that we've been able to do that very simply by using things like WhatsApp to create WhatsApp groups or to create a group associated with a particular trafficking case where we add the prosecutor and the investigating officer to that group, and we can begin to have that communication about the case. It's not a difficult process. It's actually very simple, but we have to break away those groups from their silos to effectively address the trafficking case. Human trafficking cases, whether they're domestic in nature or transnational, are very complex, and they require effective communication from all the stakeholders involved, including maybe support that's being received from an NGO or a group that's helping with the survivor, the victim of trafficking. So these WhatsApp groups create a channel throughout the country where we can share information and discuss ongoing cases, ongoing investigations, and we can begin to address the challenges of these cases from the very beginning and not waiting until the end of the case. Thirdly, we had to develop some resources that were tailored or created for the Ugandan stakeholders. Now, we know we have lots of resources that have been created to support investigations and prosecutions of trafficking. But the key piece, I think, is that these resources must be tailored, created to the specific problems in the jurisdiction. For example, you can see on the right, we created, working through with a team with ODPP and police, we created a charging manual. So we took the Prevention of Trafficking in Persons law, and we created a manual that shows the police officer, the investigator, or the prosecutor how to correctly draft a charge sheet or an indictment. Because many prosecutors, not having seen the PTIP Act or ever used it, were very intimidated by the idea of drafting a charge sheet, a charging instrument, when they had never done it before. So something like a charging manual gives them the guidance they need to overcome that initial obstacle to addressing the charge of trafficking under the legal framework. Last year, we worked on prosecution guidelines. Under the leadership of the DPP here, we created some guidelines for prosecutors that are specific to Uganda that allow us to see the challenges and work around them. One of the resources we also developed was a way to track the case data. Everything that the Human Trafficking Institute is doing in collaboration with the DPP under their leadership is data-driven. It's not enough just to do a training of police to say we've done a training of police. The key factor is to see if the police took the information that was provided in the training and actually made arrests and charged trafficking in those cases. That's the key piece, and that's why we developed Eaap, which is a mobile app that prosecutors use on their phone to log, track, and register trafficking in persons cases throughout the country. So the data that we're gathering in real time from the DPP staff throughout the country is allowing us to see, is what we're doing working? Or do we need to do something different in these cases? So the impact of enforcement in Uganda has been pretty substantial. As you can see, in the last couple of years, we've seen an over 400% increase in trafficking in persons cases being filed in Uganda. You can see up through about 2019, the cases were somewhat at a lower variance. And then immediately as we begin to implement this enforcement model, working with police, working with the ODPP under the DPP's leadership, we begin to see this effective increase in enforcement. And this has obviously led to convictions being increased as well. Again, that deterrent effect, for that to happen, we have to see convictions and sentencing in trafficking in persons cases. And you can see in Uganda, up to 2021, we began to see an increase of 30, and last year in 2022, there was a register of 79 trafficking in persons convictions in the country of Uganda. Well, how does that compare to different parts of Africa? In 2022, we can say, based on the data that's been gathered, about 30% of all trafficking cases in the continent of Africa were prosecuted in the country of Uganda. That's substantial. That's substantial. By implementing the model, we've been able to see a substantial increase in cases and its effect on the rest of the continent. But here's what I want to say in this room today. I'm very excited as a prosecutor myself to speak with the Association of East African Prosecutors. The reality is that we have a huge opportunity coming our way. It's already here as prosecutors in East Africa, in Africa generally. What we know is that the key setting for combating human trafficking over the next 75 years is going to happen in Africa. That's a fact. If you look at the projected population growth of the world over the next 75 years, you will see that 83% of that growth is going to take place in the continent of Africa. That's what's projected. So Africa will have 3.2 billion as compared to a billion in the rest of the world, or the projections coming from the United Nations over the next 75 years. So what does that mean? That means right now we see that Africa is a large share, but a smaller share of the continent which has the victims. We see 40 million victims. Most of those are being classified as being in Asia and the Pacific currently in 2018. But as we move toward the year 2100, which sounds like a long ways away, but it's coming quickly, and those 63 million victims are being identified at that point, we see 50-70% of them will be on the continent of Africa. The global heat map shows that the prevalence of human trafficking as we move forward over the next 75 years, as you can see, will likely be in the continent of Africa and in East Africa as well. So what can we do? What can we do as we prepare for what's coming? First off, as a continent, we must ensure that every country has effective anti-trafficking legislation. And as I was preparing for this and studying the different countries here that are represented in East Africa, many of us have effective legislation. The law itself is not the issue. It's going to be implementation of that law. Second, we have to recognize that human trafficking, although is transnational in nature, it is also happening within the borders of each country. In fact, research across the world tells us that 75% of human trafficking is happening within the borders of any particular country. So often the transnational trafficking garners the most attention. It's surely the more complex, but it is not the most common type of trafficking that's happening in East Africa. And I say this because in order to be effective at combating human trafficking transnationally, you must be effective at doing it domestically. If the systems to combat human trafficking within your own country are not effective, you will struggle greatly at combating any type of transnational crime. So you've got to be effective inside the borders of your country in implementing the anti-trafficking legislation. And then, as we see here, we have to engage in regional cooperation. As we know, trafficking does cross boundaries. It crosses countries. It crosses continents even. So how do we do that? First off, as we will discuss, I know in this session, the MLA and other agreements that will be a part of that discussion, which I think obviously are very important in sharing evidence and intelligence. Those things are key. We have to do joint training. We have to learn from each other and figure out how to overcome the problems and challenges together. As Madame mentioned earlier, she was discussing about how do we work on this problem together, these cultural pieces together. What can we do to combat that as a group rather than any one entity? And I think that's really effective. The last piece I think that I'd want to emphasize is this idea of informal communication. It's one thing for us as East African partners to have agreements in place and contracts and treaties and all these things. But the most valuable thing that we can gather in combating human trafficking at a regional level is to open up informal lines of communication. I was just sitting next to the DPP in Malawi here, and I was just sharing with him ideas, and he was sharing with me ideas of things that he's thinking about to combat trafficking in his home country. That's the most effective thing that we can do, and that's where I think that Eaap comes in hugely as a tool to combat human trafficking across East Africa. It's getting all the directors and staff in a room like this and being able to network and share each other's information such that the focal person for trafficking in Malawi could continue to engage in the cases regardless of where they might be at their time there. So as they say, the lights have gone out. That means I need to stop talking, and I'll do that and open up to any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
I was right. But I think it was a good idea to get Taylor out of the stage. I think the presentation was well received. As you all know, the issues of human trafficking are driven by various factors, from environmental challenges that we are facing now, climate change, issues of economy and poverty, the issue of conflict. It's also conflict-driven. We all know that within our regions we have quite a number of conflicts that lead to issues of human trafficking, lack of an awareness, insufficient structures to deal with human trafficking. But we have seen that Uganda has tried and strived to try and stop the leaks in the criminal justice systems, and how they have tried to fix the challenges that they're faced with in relation to the leaks that they can see within the system. So it's key that we have the full implementation of laws as they're trying to do here in Uganda. Sometimes all it takes is to make sure that both the victims, even the criminals themselves, they have rights within the various constitutions and legal instruments that we have. But awareness of the investigators, the prosecutors, the judiciary itself, and the whole criminal justice system is key. The issue of coordination, as you said, is also another very important issue. Trying to push for prosecution-led investigations is very important. Of course, we still have the issue of people operating in silos and tough wars between the different organizations, but still, we must be able to strive to ensure that we have coordination and cooperation within the different agencies. I can't read my own help stakeholders. Sometimes I can't read my own handwriting. But communication, I think communication between agencies is also very key, and it's part of the coordination systems, and he's been talking about WhatsApp applications and other applications that we can use to enhance our ability to discharge our various mandates. Of course, the issue of tailoring the resources to the problems that we have is key. And what is even more important is our ability to collect data, because it's only data that can help us formulate appropriate policies. If we don't have the data, then you cannot apply the resources to what you want to achieve in the end. In Kenya, for example, we have a crime mapping system that is holistic, and when we want to look, for example, at human trafficking, we are able to see in various areas what could be some of the leading factors of human trafficking. So a more holistic approach to how you're collecting data is going to be key. And it's not difficult, really. If you have IT and people who are aware within your own system, it is very easy to be able to collect the data. You just have to have the discipline and the will. Of course, the issue of decision to charge, we've seen that Uganda has a manual. In Kenya, we have the decision to charge guidelines, and it tries to encompass all crimes, including human trafficking. How does the prosecutor make the decision to charge? How do they direct the investigators to go and collect the appropriate, evidence for them to be for prosecutors to be able to prosecute? So with that, I will open the floor just for 5 minutes, and then please, madam.
Thank you very much, Tyler, for your presentation. I mean, you mentioned a couple of numbers that are very important in terms of that there are 50 million victims of trafficking globally, and that kind of shows the complexity and magnitude.
Could you move to closer, much closer?
Is this better?
Yeah.
So that shows that trafficking is a complex and prevalent crime globally, and specifically here in the region. Specifically also because there are new emerging trends that, for example, forced begging, forced criminality. So there are different forms that are emerging as we go, and that increases the complexity of the crime. And I'm wondering, and maybe that's just an open-ended question, how we can apply the same model, the enforcement model in Uganda, that's focused on opening these channels of communication between law enforcement and prosecutors, these informal channels that you stress on. How can we apply that or scale it up on a regional basis? I mean, we have the East Africa Association of Prosecutors, and that in itself is an existing regional prosecutorial platform that can focus on effective prosecutions of this crime. So how can we scale that up? You mentioned, for example, like having a WhatsApp group between the prosecutors to share intelligence. How can we do that on a regional level, specifically on trafficking cases? is, for example, UNODC has been recently working on knowledge management platforms. So is it possible to look at secure platforms where prosecutors here in this very room can share intelligence or information about cases? Maybe it's an open-ended question, but of course, if you have insights on how we can scale that up on a regional level, that would be excellent. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Yes, and just to highlight the great work that UNODC is doing in this space, it's very effective, particularly in addressing the transnational nature of it. But I think, I think sometimes we like to overcomplicate efforts like this of coordination across a region. One of the things that the Director of Public Prosecutions in Uganda has done that I think is super effective is designating a small group of individuals that are handling trafficking cases, or at least coordinating the work. So they may not be handling every trafficking case. In fact, they're not. But Madame Rachel Behole is here. And so she can help coordinate the cases throughout the country. If all of the countries in East Africa had a designated point person like that, such that that small group of individuals could come together either through WhatsApp or through another platform to share information, I think it would be very effective. Sometimes we get too many cooks in the kitchen, as they say, and people are coming and going, and it makes it hard to share information. I think if we had focal persons assigned from each DPP's office, such that small group could effectively communicate on a weekly or monthly basis and share information in a safe way, I would find that to be super effective. I think that's the simple approach that can lead to other things. And I think having a way of sharing information, maybe both through WhatsApp informally, as well as a larger knowledge kind of database or system, would be very effective in doing that. But we've got to focus the effort such that it's not just every prosecutor coming together. I mean, I think that's sometimes where we get people in the room that actually are not the ones handling the trafficking cases. And so they get the information, but they can't do anything with it. I think would be helpful.
Maybe on that point, can I ask all the focal persons to stand up in the EAP? Yeah, so we do have focal persons. I think what we probably need is for you to capture the various concerns that we're going to have here so that we can follow up and see how to coordinate. And those countries that don't have focal persons, please do give us the focal persons to join the team. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, Claudine.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Tai, for the informative presentation. I don't have a question, but just a comment. When you look at these human trafficking offenses, being the nature of the offense themselves, being the modus operandi of traffickers, we can agree that those are some of the underreported offenses, mainly because of three reasons. First of all, some of the victims of human trafficking don't consider themselves as victims. Some of them, they see that they're beneficiating from some favors, of course, from traffickers. Some others, they are still under control of traffickers. Therefore, they cannot report what is happening, what is being done. And the other reason is some of the victims, they are highly traumatized, and they don't really want, or they are not able to speak out. Some others, when you see the whole process of these offenses, someone has been trafficked from one country, now she or he's being exploited in third or fifth main countries. So they have gone through some illegal process. Either they have used some forged documents, either they are staying in those country of destination illegally. So those are different factors that really lead or that at the origin of this aspect of being underreported for those offenses. So I think it's good to have a good registration, domestic. It's good to have strong judicial cooperation among countries. But I think there's another aspect, because to me, to handle effectively these offenses, we need a kind of holistic or comprehensive approach that I think prosecution itself will not be able to bring some, let's say, expected result. So now from there, I would like to suggest that we are sitting here as prosecutors, but we are with other different stakeholders. So we need to strengthen and to build the proactive measures, especially in detection of human trafficking, that would be responding to that aspect of being underreported, even though the victims, even though the witnesses will not be able to report those cases. But if we have those strong detection mechanisms, we will be able to prosecute as many as possible of those cases. Secondly, I think it's a good time to engage those different stakeholders so that we can conduct awareness campaigns, especially for those people who don't even know that they are a victim of offenses. And these awareness campaigns, if we have followed like the numbers that have been given during the presentation, most of the victims, the big number is youth and women. So this awareness campaign would target those targeted group. And lastly, we should have a victim-centered approach. The victims of human trafficking, they suffer from different harms, they suffer from different damages, and I think some of them cannot even be hid by just the sentence given to the offender. Some of them, they need like financial support even after the prosecution and the conviction of the offenders. Some of them, they need the psychological support just to accompany them throughout the whole process after the conviction. So that will not be done by either investigators or prosecutors or judges. That is why I think we need to engage and to liaise with those different stakeholders so that we can be really responding effectively to these, to those offenses of human trafficking. Thank you so much.
Sorry, DRC, I think, please.
Muito obrigado. Gostava de começar a minha intervenção.
Sorry, it was Mozambique.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Muito obrigado. Gostava de iniciar a minha intervenção saudando esta apresentação e saudando também o esforço que a República do Uganda tem estado a fazer para erradicar este grande flagelo da humanidade que é o tráfico humano. Eu gostava de ter também obtido alguma informação adicional sobre um outro aspecto que é importante na criminalidade organizada e transnacional. Porque o tráfico humano faz parte do crime organizado e transnacional. E fazendo parte do crime organizado e transnacional, temos estado a verificar relatórios de organismos internacionais a fazerem referência a ganhos. Portanto, avultadas somas que o tráfico internacional traz. Do ponto de vista do Uganda, como é que nós temos estado a atacar os proventos do crime? Isto é, estes casos que nós temos estado a esclarecer apenas estão-se a resumir no esclarecimento do tráfico em si mesmo, ou também estamos a conseguir ir buscar aquilo que são os proventos, aquilo que são os ganhos que os criminosos tiveram com estas atividades? Muito obrigado.
Okay, thank you. Maybe you can address the DRC, I mean Mozambique and Rwanda's comments and questions.
Yes, thank you very much for those comments. I just going back to Madame's an assessment, and I think she was exactly on point. I think that victims of human trafficking require a lot of support throughout the criminal justice system. And I think the holistic approach, the victim-centered approach, is absolutely critical. As prosecutors, that it's important for a couple of reasons. One is it's the right thing to do for the survivor, is to help them get to a better place. But secondly, it also involves the understanding that the survivor is going to be important for the prosecution of the case. We need them. We need them to be engaged. Yes, we can work to prosecute crimes of trafficking without victims. That's a possibility. But most of the time, we're going to need the victim's engagement in the case. And without a holistic, victim-centered approach, we won't have that. And it will make our job as prosecutors very difficult. I think that's key. Sir, to the question of models and resources, you know, this goes back to kind of what we were discussing. How effective would it be if there was a central place that could be accessed by all of the different country stakeholders to review and to identify and review resources that could be used? I know UNODC has some of that already in place, and they have a ton of resources that I would point you to as things to review and to look at. But even the things that the DPP's office and police here in Uganda have put together could be very useful to other stakeholders in other countries. And I know we're willing to share any of and all of that information and resources, models and things that are being used that might help in other countries. But I think it goes together with this idea of more effective communication. And although we're facing maybe different challenges of trafficking in each country, it may not look exactly the same. A lot of times it does. And this issue of going and addressing the root causes is important because what may be a root cause in one country may not be the same in another. And that's where the regional collaboration can really help us address the ongoing problems and challenges throughout the region as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I suspect the minister has arrived. So maybe we stop and then wait for him to come in, or we continue. Okay. Any other questions? I don't want to start the next session. Yes, Ethiopia.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler, for your presentation. As a country, we are facing a tremendous problem to tackle human traffickers or to prosecute traffickers, smugglers of TIP. So you have mentioned earlier that you are effective in prosecuting domestic smugglers or traffickers. What about international smugglers? Smugglers use different techniques from one country to other to smuggle persons. So how about international cooperation? How you use effectively to tackle, to collect, to prosecute these international smugglers in Uganda? Thank you.
Yeah, okay, you can try and address.
Yes, thank you. The question highlights the overlap between smuggling and trafficking. We know those are two separate criminal offenses, but in the transnational space, they often happen either at the same time or close together. And So smuggling internationally, trafficking internationally, a lot of the approaches to addressing those can happen together and at the same time. I can speak for what we've seen in Uganda, that when the crime of smuggling and trafficking are happening at the East African region, we are much more effective. I can think of multiple cases where we have received victims or identified victims of smuggling and or trafficking in Uganda, where we were able to quickly reach out to our colleagues in Kenya, for example, and put together an effective investigation. I think it gets more challenging when we begin to identify cases that involve victims or perpetrators from outside the region. And again, I think this is, as we know, and I don't want to open the Pandora box of externalization of labor and things that sometimes leads to trafficking, but when it comes to victims that are either identified from foreign jurisdictions like the Gulf states or other parts of the world, we become a lot less effective because Uganda in and of itself may not have the connections and things that it needs to be effective. But if we were to stand together as a East African region to even address that type of smuggling that involves Africans in other parts of the world, I think you would see a much more effective approach. And so again, I think it goes back to another benefit of effective communication and coordination in the region that would allow us to attack the smuggling offenses, whether they're localized or even at a greater distance, as well as the trafficking. So I think the issue of solutions is simple. It's really just a matter of communication. I keep coming back to that, and it sounds like it's not a complicated answer, but the solutions to me are simple. It's really just getting effective communication between entities such that we know what everyone else is doing and how we can help each other.
Any other question? So I don't know, I propose that we take a break so that we don't go into the next session, and then since the minister is around, then after the opening ceremony we will revert and finish the two other presentations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Colleagues, I think our chair for this session deserves a round of applause. Thank you so much, Honorable Nuruddin Haji. I think our panelists of this morning also deserve another round of applause. Thank you so much, our panelists. Let's take a break, tea break of about 15 minutes, or as we shall be advised, as we wait for the minister and the opening ceremony. Tea is served, I think, this side, but we're on the balcony. You're all welcome. So members, the tea is just outside here. Let's try to save time.
Ladies and gentlemen, tea is ready. There are 2 serving points. You can access it from that side or from this side. The minister is here, so we are asking that you grab your tea quickly. If you can do it in 10 minutes, the better, so we can proceed with the program. Please grab some tea as quickly as possible. Thank you. Our dear distinguished delegates, we request you kindly to grab your tea so that you can come back and assume your seats. We will be starting the tea is through any of the exits here, so we can resume our program, official program. The minister is here, so that we can get this done very quickly. Let's take as little time as possible to do this. Delegates, can we resume our seats so that we can invite the minister to join us? We can have a working tea, so you can grab your cup and walk with it inside to your table. Please, those delegates who are still at the tea point outside, grab your tea and come back into the conference hall and resume your seats so that we can invite our honorable minister to join us. Thank you. For our guests who came in after this announcement was made, our places of convenience are at the back of the conference hall. You can exit using that door or this door. You'll walk around and they are well marked just behind that wall, where the MC and where the IT guys, everyone is seated behind there. So just exit and walk up. May I request all the delegates who are still at the T point outside to resume their seats, come back in the conference hall and resume your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the tea break. Our Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs is here. I request that we stand up for the anthems as we welcome our minister to the podium to take up his seat. Let's take our seats. The Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs of Uganda, Honorable Norbert Mao. The Director of Public Prosecutions of Uganda, who is also the host and Vice President of the East African Association of Prosecutors, the Director of Public Prosecutions, Tanzania, who is the President of the East Africa Association of Prosecutors, the Director of Public Prosecutions, Kenya, who is the Secretary General of the East Africa Association of Prosecutors, the Director of Public Prosecutions, South Sudan, who is the General Counsel of East Africa Association of Prosecutors, the Director of Public Prosecutions of Zambia, Director of Public Prosecutions of Malawi, the head of the Federal Public Prosecutors Association, Public Prosecutors Admission Council, Ethiopia, the Prosecutor General, Democratic Republic of Congo, representative of the Prosecutor General of Rwanda, representative for the East Africa, representative for Eastern Africa, UNODC, country director, UNODC, country director, International Justice Mission, Uganda, country director, Human Trafficking Institute, senior technical advisor, AML, CFT, ESCAY, program director, AGA, program manager, IFAO, all delegations here, colleagues, distinguished dignitaries present in respective capacities, members of the press, good morning once again. I would like to take you back to our program. We are going to have opening remarks from our host, the DPP Uganda. We shall have brief remarks from the Eaap Secretary General. Then we shall have remarks from the Eaap President. We shall have remarks from the International Justice Mission Country Director in Uganda. We shall have remarks from the UNODC representative, regional representative in Uganda. We shall have remarks from ML, CFT, SK representative. We shall have remarks from AGA Program Director Uganda. We shall have remarks from the HTI Country Director. We shall have remarks from IFAO Program Manager. And we shall also have remarks from the European Union representative before listening to the keynote address from our Honorable Minister. At this moment, Honorable Minister, allow me to invite our host, the Director of Public Relations of Uganda, Her Lordship Jenny Francis Abodo, to address the congregation. My Lord, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Biansi, and once again, good afternoon, delegates, and welcome to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. The Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Robert Mao, the Honorable Attorney General of Somalia, the Honorable Deputy Attorney General of Mozambique, Director of Public Prosecutions, Tanzania, who is also the President of Eaap, Director of Public Prosecutions, Kenya, who is also Secretary General of the Eaap, Prosecutor General of Burundi, Prosecutor General, Democratic Republic of Congo, Director of Public Prosecutions, South Sudan, who is also the General Counsel for Eaap, Director of Public Prosecutions, Zambia, Director of Public Prosecutions, Malawi, Head of the Federal Public Prosecutors Administration Council, Ethiopia, Representative of the Prosecutor General of Rwanda, Regional Representative for Eastern Africa, UNODC, the Country Director, UNODC, Uganda, Country Director, International Justice Mission, Uganda, Country Director, Human Trafficking Institute, Uganda, Senior Technical Advisor of AML, CFT, SK, Program Director of Attorney General's Alliance, AGA, Program Manager, IFAW, all delegates, both the international and national delegates, all prosecutors and staff of the office of the DPP, the press, and all you ladies and gentlemen invited. You are most welcome once again. I am so delighted on behalf of the office of the DPP Uganda to welcome you to the Eaap conference and our 10th East African Association of Prosecutors annual general meeting here in Kampala, Uganda. That starts today, and Honorable Minister, it's going to run for the next 3 days. We want to welcome you warmly to the Pearl of Africa. And I want to venture into the different languages spoken here. I'll start with the broken Kiswahili and say karibu. Of course, Aji is going to be smiling. And then, I don't know if I'm going to be pronouncing it well, the Deputy Attorney General of Mozambique. Do I say Benvindo? Perfect. Then I'm going to venture into bienvenue. Burundi, am I saying it right? Bienvenue? Yes. But the Honorable Minister speaks better than me, all those languages. I heard him speaking to the delegates. The East Africa Session of Prosecutors, Honorable Minister, was established way back in 2010 and is comprised of 11 national prosecution authorities from Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Burundi, DRC, South Sudan, Ethiopia, Malawi, Mozambique, and Zambia. At this conference, we also have special guests from Somalia. This conference has been made possible by the generous support of the government of Uganda and our development partners. In a very special way, I would like to thank the government of Uganda and our partners who have made this conference possible. And I want to enumerate them, Honorable Minister. We have IJM, International Justice Mission. We have UNODC. We have AML, CFT, SK. That is anti-money laundering, Honorable Minister. They deal in that. And then we have AGA, which is Attorney General's Alliance. We also have AMIDSA's Wayamo Foundation, right there. I can see her there, yes. So we want to thank them. Without all of them, Honorable Minister, would not be able to hold this conference. So thank you so much, each of you. Over the next 3 days, we will be working together as a group to share experiences and best practices so as to harness our skills as prosecutors and investigating and prosecuting transboundary crime. The theme of this conference, Honorable Minister, is transboundary crime, practical approaches to protecting women and children. Needless to mention that women and children are the most vulnerable and constitute the bulk of the victims in crime in the Eastern African region. This was only made worse by the COVID-19 pandemic, which saw a spike in the number of cases of SGBV. This theme is timely, as it will help to refocus our energies on the best way of handling cases involving women and children across borders. So it will be beyond the Eastern African countries. During this conference, Honorable Minister, we intend to achieve the following: to equip participants with knowledge and skills in the investigation and prosecution of criminal cases involving women and children in transboundary contexts. We also intend to share experiences, which we already started in the morning, approaches and best practices in handling international cooperation in cases involving women and children. To enhance coordination, cooperation, and communication to combat trafficking in persons and wildlife trafficking, which offenses also spiked during the lockdown of the 2 years. And last but not least, to enhance coordination, cooperation, and communication in criminal matters among the partner states and other stakeholders in this room. We have invited you all here today because tackling transboundary crime, especially for the protection of women and children, is a difficult task to do in isolation, as we saw from the 2 presentations which have already been made this morning. But if we all contribute our knowledge and ideas, we'll create a strong network of like-minded colleagues to tackle not only crimes against women and children, but all transboundary crimes generally, because now we know crime has become so interconnected that one crime is committed and we have several others in line. We have identified key resource persons on current trends of transboundary crime and hope to also benefit from each member organization and our partners under the different topics which are going to be discussed in the course of the conference. At the close of the conference, I trust and I believe that each one of us, through sharing experiences with one another, will be enriched, and together we shall build a robust EAAP. On a lighter note, I urge all our visitors to enjoy their stay in Kampala. Ugandans are friendly and they do enjoy their social life. Please feel free and feel at home. We have arranged some entertainment for you in the course of the 3 days, including dinners, which the Honorable Minister has already registered his complaint, or a case that he wasn't there yesterday for yesterday's dinner, and I pleaded guilty and asked for leniency because I'm a first offender. And we shall tour around our beautiful city, Kampala, with those few words. I want to wish each and every one of us fruitful deliberations, and thank you for listening to me. I say all this for God and my country. Thank you. Almost all our neighbors in the house. And Honorable Minister, you will give us a few more minutes of your time so that we have remarks from the number of people that were enumerated by the MC. And at this point, I want to invite the Honorable Nordin Aji, DPP Tanzania, Kenya. And of course, this I think is our disease now. We had a Zoom meeting and DPP Tanzania introduced himself as DPP Uganda. So the bug is catching every one of us. I am so sorry, Nordin. Aji, please come and give us a few remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister Jane. The Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs of Uganda and the keynote speaker, Honorable Norbert Mao, the Honorable Attorney General of Somalia, the Honorable Deputy Attorney General of Mozambique, Director of Public Prosecutions, Uganda, and Vice President, Justice Jane, not me, Director of Public Prosecutions, Tanzania, and President of the EAAP, Prosecutor General Burundi, Prosecutor General Democratic Republic of Congo, Director of Public Prosecutions South Sudan, who is also the General Counsel of EAAP, Director of Public Prosecutions Zambia, Director of Public Prosecutions Malawi, the Head of the Federal Public Prosecutors Administration Council of Ethiopia, Representative of the Prosecutor General of Rwanda, Regional Representative for Eastern Africa, UNODC, Country Director, UNODC, Country Director, International Justice Mission, Country Director, Human Trafficking Institute, Senior Technical Advisor, AML, CFT, Program Director, AGA, Program Manager, IFAW, Prosecutors, distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I think it's still morning. It's afternoon. Good afternoon, sorry. It is my pleasure to join you all here in Uganda for the 10th Annual General Meeting and Conference of the East Africa Association of Prosecutors. Our region's resilience to enhancing international cooperation in the prosecution of transnational organized crime has been demonstrated by our consistent engagement in conferences such as this. From the onset, allow me to express my sincerest appreciation to Honorable Lady Justice Jane Francina Bodo, Director of Public Prosecutions, and to the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs for finding time to come here and for organizing this important conference. Undoubtedly, this year's conference theme, Transboundary Crime, Practical Approaches to Protecting Women and Children, highlights the urgency and significance in addressing the disproportionate effects of these crimes on our most vulnerable members of society. You'll all agree with me with the African proverb that says, educate a woman and you educate the whole village. And protect a woman, I think it goes along with it. Protect a woman, you protect the whole village and whole nations. Transnational organized crimes threaten the social, economic development, national security, and the rule of law of all nations. In the same breath, these crimes disproportionately affect women and children, exploiting their vulnerability. As such, women and children are often forced by criminal entities into prostitution, forced labor, trafficking, and other forms of abuse and violence with lasting psychological and physiological impact. Certainly, through professional networks such as this, we can strengthen collegiality, information sharing, and collaboration among member countries. Indeed, it is only when we convene to share experiences and best practices that we can appreciate the strengths within our respective legal systems and approaches to fighting transnational organized crime. As we are all aware, our various legal systems are as a result of our differing colonial legacies, which have left some countries with common law systems and others with the civil law system. This has made it difficult for us to fully utilize and benefit from regional cooperation and collaboration due to the barriers presented by these differing legal systems. It is therefore critical that we harmonize our laws and consider modalities to implement hybrid systems within our countries to ease cooperation and collaboration, fostering not only our efficiencies within the region, but also strengthening our relations. Further, there is need for us to identify gender-sensitive initiatives within the criminal justice sector and strengthen our commitment towards the protection of our children and women. Thus, we must continuously adopt policies and procedures that reflect our commitment to ensuring equitable access to justice for all. Additionally, as we focus on enhanced regional cooperation and collaboration, let us not forget the importance of harnessing domestic solutions to these issues. For instance, as the ODPP Kenya, we recognize the rising challenge of targeting violence and abuse against women and children. We thus instituted a sexual gender-based violence division, as well as the children's division, to efficiently and effectively deal with such cases. We have further established child-friendly interview rooms to avoid re-victimization of the children. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Secretary General, I am truly pleased to note the East Africa Association of Prosecutors move to expand membership to include prosecution authorities from Central and Southern African countries. This has enhanced our resolve to combat transnational organized crimes. Indeed, growing this association of prosecutors not only expands our avenues for cooperation and collaboration, but also ensures that we can collectively protect the most vulnerable amongst us and bring those who commit these crimes to justice. I therefore laud the Office of the Attorney General of the Federal Republic of Somalia and the Ministry of Justice and Public Prosecutions of the Republic of Sudan, who have since expressed their interest to join the associations as members. I also wish to confirm that Seychelles has also indicated its desire and willingness to join this forum. I further recognize the Africa Judges Dialogue Forum for their expression of interest to join the Eaap as observer members. As I conclude, as a region, we have multiple engagements geared towards strengthening international cooperation, and I am therefore truly honored to witness this commitment exemplified by all authorities represented here. For that, I commend you all. Once more, may I reiterate my sincerest appreciation to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions of the Republic of Uganda, Her Excellency Lady Justice Jane Abodo, for convening and organizing this conference. I would also like to thank the development partners for their immeasurable support towards ensuring the success of this conference, especially IJM and UNODC. Your efforts towards enhancing access to justice and promotion of the rule of law within the region cannot be gainsaid. Finally, it is my hope that our deliberations are fruitful and I look forward to the implementation of these resolutions adopted during this conference. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, DPP Kenya, and I hope the prosecutors have taken note of my new title. He called me Your Excellency. May I now invite Honorable Sylvester Anthony Mwakitalu, the Eaap President and DPP Tanzania.
Honorable Norbert Mao, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs in Uganda, Honorable Attorney General of the Republic of Somalia, my colleagues, Director of Public Prosecutions, Prosecutor Generals, and Attorney Generals who are responsible for prosecutions, representative from our development partners, IJM, UNODC, IFAO, HTI, AML, CFTSK, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm honored today to be part of these important congregations marking the 10th AGM and conference of the East Africa Association of Prosecutors. On behalf of the United Republic of Tanzania, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the government of the Republic of Uganda, and in particular to Honorable Justice Jane Francis Abodo, who is a DPP of Uganda, or may I switch, because the Kenyans is given Tanzania, maybe later on, for hosting this kind of event in this beautiful city of Kampala, and secondly for the hospitality accorded to us since our arrival in Uganda. As members of the Eaap, we consider ourselves to be specifically honored by the presence of Your Excellency, Honorable Minister, in this meeting. As we join hands in fighting transnational crimes, in particular crimes against women and children, your presence in this conference today manifests not only the commitment of the government of Uganda in combating crime, but also your immense respect to this association. Thank you very much, your Honorable Minister, for sharing with us this moment. Your Excellency, the main theme of this AGM, transboundary crimes, practical approaches to protecting women and children, has been brought at a very convenient timing, whereas Africa as a continent and the East Africa region faces an imminent challenge in curbing transnational organized crimes. Of recent, studies show that women and children continue to be victims of these crimes, and then they are vulnerable. And this has been compounded in transboundary contexts. Your Excellency, the United Republic of Tanzania continue to honor all initiatives undertaken by discharging its international and regional obligations in curbing these crimes. To that end, through this meeting, we are looking forward to a very successful and fruitful deliberations that will lead to concrete strategies geared towards making East Africa and Africa at large free from crimes against women and children. Dear participants, before I end up my brief remark, as the president of the association, I will also want to take this opportunity to thank all our development partners for their support in making this conference happen. Thank you very much. We are not taking this support lightly. We really appreciate. With this few remarks, thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful generation.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for your kind remarks. And at this point, I will now as I told you, Honorable Minister and our keynote speaker, that we have almost a family relationship with our development partners. And you're going to be hearing from them now, starting with Ms. Wamaitha Kimani. She is the country director of the International Justice Mission here in Uganda. Please, let's welcome Ms. Wamaitha to the podium.
Honorable Minister, the Honorable Norbert Mao, our Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Honorable Minister, I've been called family, so I think it's in order that I could just skip through protocol and adopt the protocol as has been taken and observed by those who have gone before me. I'm deeply honored to be with you this week as we explore a cause that I'm passionate about, the protection of women and children. Permit me to welcome you to Uganda. As a previous repeat visitor to Uganda and now a resident, I think I'm allowed to say welcome to Uganda, welcome to the Pearl of Africa. My name is Wamaitha Kimani. I'm the country director with International Justice Mission here in Uganda. IJM is a global organization that protects people living in poverty from violence. We partner with local authorities to rescue victims, to bring criminals to justice, to restore survivors, and strengthen justice systems. We have offices in Europe, in Latin America, in North America, and in Asia. Here in Africa, we have offices in Kenya, in Ghana, in Uganda, and we have plans to move our programming into Malawi, Zambia, and Cote d'Ivoire. IJM began operations in Uganda in the year 2004 with offices in the capital city here in Kampala. Our focus was to protect widows from the violent dispossession of their property. In the year 2012, we expanded our operations in Gulu, in the northern part of Uganda, and later in 2017, we established a presence in the western part of Uganda, in Rwenzori, with our office in Fort Portal. We've since expanded our activities in different parts of the country, implementing a national program on the protection of women and children, with a focus on cases of intimate partner violence and sexual violence against children. Our vision in Uganda is that vulnerable women and children are protected from violence by 2030. And to achieve this, IJM Uganda partners with the criminal justice agencies to strengthen the justice system response to violence and its ability to enforce the law and hold perpetrators to account while supporting survivors to undertake the justice journey. Additionally, we work to strengthen preventive and response mechanisms by equipping local and religious leaders and working with our traditional and cultural institutions and communities to protect women and children, so that would strengthen the capacities of the essential service providers, as well as engage and empower survivor groups and leaders. Distinguished delegates, in your roles as public prosecutors, I'm certain you have encountered the cycle of violence that follows women through every stage of their lives, beginning with the threat of genital mutilation as a child and then pre-puberty threats of early marriages, to the threat of sexual exploitation in their early teenage years, and the likelihood of partner violence within marriages. And finally, the possibility of dispossession of their property towards the end of their lives as widows. The crime reports from all of our countries show marked increases in domestic violence, in sexual violence against children, and even the earlier sessions this morning have referred to some of those numbers. These numbers may vary across the countries represented here, but what is not in doubt is that violence against women and children is rampant in all our respective countries. It is not only a shared problem, but it remains persistent and is now escalating in the face of access to technology, organized and emerging crimes. Left unchecked, violence has a disastrous impact on women's health and participation in society, the social development of children, the unity of families, and their well-being. Some cases result in death. The vulnerabilities created when crime is experienced at the core of society, in our homes, creates easy targets for even more crime that soon takes on a transboundary nature with trafficking, terrorism, commercial sexual exploitation, and other forms of organized crime. We are not unaware of how complex the task of the prosecutor is. In cases of violence against women and children, especially in family situations, where the victims and perpetrators share a home, they share a history, and very likely they share a future, it makes an adversarial court system a truly complex balancing act for you, our public prosecutors. Because you're caught in between persuading the victim to testify, assuring the victim of their protection, and also keeping a vigilant watch over the perpetrator to ensure they don't interfere with the witnesses or cause them even more grave harm. In the face of these challenges, allow me to implore you that in your position as the state and the republic, let's not join in with the rest of the society that easily resigns itself to the declaration that these are family issues, these are domestic issues and should be resolved at home. According to the World Justice Project, an estimated 5 billion people have unmet justice needs. The justice gap can be understood as the number of people who have at least one unmet justice need. These are people who are ultimately not getting the justice they need for both everyday problems and severe injustices. These includes people who cannot obtain justice for everyday problems or people who are excluded from the opportunity the law provides. These are victims of crime and people with civil and administrative justice needs who may live in contexts with actual functioning institutions and justice systems, but who face obstacles to resolving their everyday justice issues. Violence against women and children is an everyday justice issue, not a family issue. As IJM Uganda, we are therefore honored and pleased to have partnered with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions here in Uganda and the East Africa Association of Prosecutors, as they have organized this 10th annual general meeting and conference under the theme Transboundary Crime, Practical Approaches to Protecting Women and Children. This week's topics will take us on a journey that looks at the experiences of victims of justice, to the impact of the crime, to the complex nature of transboundary crime, and the opportunity afforded by cooperation to address shared problems. This will paint the scene for a multifaceted and overlapping look at the nature of violence and perhaps set the stage for thoughtful, innovative, and contextualized conference resolutions that close the justice gap and address not only emerging, but everyday justice issues, and bring in more women and children under the protection of the law. I wish you successful deliberations and a great stay in Uganda. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wamaitha, for those kind remarks. I now want to invite Mr. Neil Walsh, UNODC regional representative. As he makes his way to the podium, Honorable Minister, this bag of introducing ourselves as someone else has also caught up with our partners. This morning, as Neil was introducing himself, he said he was he was the country director of Uganda, but he's for Eastern Africa, and he was taking Sharon's job. You're most welcome, Neil. Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Lady Justice Jane. Honourable Minister, good afternoon, and I'm going to follow Waimatha's lead, if I may, of saying all protocols observed and save us a little bit of time. Good afternoon, everyone, and I think, as Lady Justice Jane just said, I am not the country director of Uganda. It's my pleasure to lead UNODC's presence in Eastern Africa, and it's a real honour to be here with all of you here today and to see so many friendly faces as well. My thanks, Lady Justice Jane, to allow us to partner with you and to be part of this and to work together. It's always an honour to do so. The conference is aiming to look at the investigations and prosecutions of transboundary criminal cases that affect women and children. And it seems to me that it takes a network to defeat a network. And within UNODC, our vision, our mandate, is looking at our strategic vision for Africa, how we counter transnational organised crime, environmental crime, terrorism, and many, many more areas. Within the region and with many of your countries, we've already supported the active case management of environmental and maritime crimes. Tanzania, Seychelles, Comoros, Mozambique, Mauritius, Madagascar. We're working closely in Somalia to counter terrorist financing and corruption, and on wildlife crime across Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Botswana, Mozambique, and Namibia. This gives us rapid reference guides in presenting casework, in presenting evidence, and really making a difference in helping you good people to do the work that you do. And specifically here in Uganda, we're supporting the ODPP in developing guidelines on investigations and prosecutions of wildlife crime. Now, what's the link to women and children in that? There is so much more to do. And in fact, on the dark web, the most encrypted part of the internet, the growth of child sexual abuse material is enormous. In fact, only a couple of weeks ago, I was with the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy for the Horn of Africa and giving her a briefing on the darknet, taking her through some of the most unpleasant parts of the internet that are out there. But the threat is on the open, clear internet as well, and it's at a horrendous scale. In 2021, there were 30 million reports of child sexual abuse material held on the internet made to the US-based National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. 30 million reports. And that equates to some 60 million images and videos of children, often very young babies, being sexually exploited, raped, and abused. 200,000 of those reports come from this region. And we need to ask ourselves what we're doing about that. And it seems to me that by looking at child sexual abuse casework and growing the evidential and intelligence capabilities, it gives us an entry point into wider investigations. In fact, last night at the dinner, Jane Francis and I, we were talking about how we've seen the links over the years of child sexual abuse, radicalisation into terrorism, coming closer and closer together, and digital forensic evidence giving us that casework as well. During COVID, the UNODC Global Report in Trafficking in Persons showed a 43% rise in detected child victims, and I emphasise the word detected. I wonder how many weren't, and I wonder how many go undetected. Some 60% of victims in sub-Saharan Africa remain women and girls. There's trafficking in persons for labour exploitation and an increasing focus on migration forced by climate change. So what do we do? How do we combat this? How do we keep women and children safer? I think sometimes the problem is men. I think the problem is us. And we need to ask ourselves some very, very difficult questions as men. Our brothers, our sons, our fathers, what are we doing to keep women and children safe? How do we deal with misogyny? How do we increase respect? How do we deal with the normalization of sexual violence? We need better intelligence, better evidence, better targets of opportunity, moving to targets of choice, more joint investigation teams to disrupt, prevent, and prosecute our most dangerous of offenders. There's clearly also a role for internet service providers and the private sector. This shouldn't just be sitting on your shoulders. This is the private sector have to step up as well. And that's why at the end of 2022, we launched our new programming in Uganda on strengthening crime prevention and criminal justice, led by Sharon, my world-class country director, whose job is not mine to do that job, and her team based here in Kampala. And the support that we get to give to the Eaap as well hopefully helps bringing you together to make this work easier. Ladies and gentlemen, it does take a network to defeat a network, and if you look around the room, I think you'll find that you are that network. Thanks very much for listening, and I wish you a great few days ahead.
Thank you so much, Neil. And now I want to invite Miss Alma Wanyana or Wanyam. You know, yesterday we were going to Ginger, and then I was talking about a certain festival, which I will never repeat saying again. Aji DPP Kenya asked me, what did you say? And then I repeated, I said, don't ever say that in Kenya. There's some very famous festival here. I cannot repeat. It means something else. But you is it Wanyana or Wanyama? Wanyama. Oh, sorry. Please come and make your remarks. She is the representative of AML CFT SK.
Yeah. Thank you, DPP Uganda. Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs Uganda, DPP is present. Attorney General's representatives present, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Alma Wanyama, and Wanyama means animals in Kenya. Yeah, so it will be easier to pronounce it now. It's Wanyama. I'm a senior technical advisor with the AML CFT SK. As DPP Nurdin Haji says, our title is very, very long. So it means anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism in Eastern, Southern, Central Africa, and Yemen. And it covers 34 countries. I'm going to be brief because we have the EU representative who will speak on behalf of the EU. The project is funded by the European Union. The AML CFT SK project is pleased to partner with DPP Uganda and Eaap in this 10th AGM and conference. The agenda outlines the mandate of the project, and which makes it an honor for us to be part of this very important forum. And we look forward to future collaborations. As I said, I'll be very brief. More remarks will be given by the EU representative. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wanyama, for those brief remarks. It's now my honor to invite the representative of AGA, Attorney General's Alliance, Mr. Chukukere Unamba Opara, not Opera, Opara. Please.
Honorable Minister, I read rather slowly, so I hope if you allow me to stand on the existing protocol. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chukukere Kenjika Onamba Opara. I have to congratulate the DPP of Uganda for getting it right. There's someone on the far left who has major challenges with it. But good afternoon. It's an honor to be here in Uganda on behalf of the AGA Africa program for the 10th annual meeting and conference of the East Africa Association of Prosecutors under the theme Transboundary Crime, Practical Approaches to Protecting Women and Children. I believe that the AGA Africa program's support for such conferences demonstrates our regional commitment to combating organized crime, not only through reinvigorated national efforts, but also by promoting regional collaborations. This is important as the path towards enhanced social economic development and the peace and prosperity of our countries can only be achieved in an environment where the rule of law is observed by all citizens without exception. However, as we all know, this is faced by challenges due to transnational organized crimes such as trafficking, wildlife crimes, money laundering, among others, which undermine state authority, sovereignty, whilst diverting essential resources away from development. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't bury our heads in the sand. It is our mothers, sisters, and daughters who find themselves forcefully exploited and entrapped by organized criminal enterprises in the most shameful, heinous, and degrading cycle of atrocities against humanity, and the vice is spreading globally. It therefore behooves us to not only discuss, but act urgently to tackle transnational organized crimes, taking into account the ways that we can minimize the exposure of our women and children to these crimes, and strategize on ways that we can provide them with support and protection. I therefore want to take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister and the Honorable Lady Justice Francis Abodo, Director of Public Prosecutions of Uganda, for highlighting the importance of prioritizing and the protection of our women and girls at this conference. In this regard, the AG Africa program prioritizes sexual and gender-based violence and trafficking training and workshops with criminal justice actors and other stakeholders, such as the Basketball Africa League for Educational and Economic Academy and Good Governance Africa, towards reducing the harm caused to women and children as a result of transnational organized crimes. We've been able to carry out these training sessions in our partner countries, Ghana, Malawi, Nigeria, Senegal, Seychelles, South Africa, and Zambia. Uganda is missing, as well as Uganda, within Africa and within the Eastern African region, in Kenya, Rwanda, and here in Uganda. These training sessions are in addition to the work that we do in other areas of transnational organized crime, including money laundering, cybercrime, and wildlife crime. The breadth and scope of our work demonstrates AG Africa program's understanding of transnational organized crimes cannot be tackled without cross-border cooperation between countries and stakeholders. If crime crosses all borders, so must our work as criminal justice actors. If organized criminal groups can exploit the openness and opportunities of globalization, then we must exploit those very same factors in the pursuit of access to justice. We therefore acknowledge the impact of integration and leverage it is to develop multilateral strategies towards addressing common problems. The AG Africa team is also here today to explore different ways in which we can partner to strengthen a joint approach towards fighting transnational crime. As I conclude, the AG Africa program are proud to be one of the supporters for this year's conference, and we are pleased to provide you with 2 additional speakers from our wildlife training partners, WITA, Sean Khan's Executive Director, Wildlife Investigators Training Alliance, and Stephanie Durno, Khan's Director of Operations, Wildlife Investigators Training Alliance, who will be presenting on international cooperation, investigations, and prosecution of wildlife crimes during session 3. Excuse me. We are confident that their expertise and insights will contribute significantly to the conference's objectives and discussions. I would like to thank all the delegates for taking the time to attend the conference, the East African Association of Prosecutors for providing a platform dedicated to cooperation and collaboration within the African continent, and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Uganda, for organizing this conference. Let me conclude with the words of the previous Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon: protecting the vulnerable, the women and children who are at risk of harm, is not only a moral imperative, it is the basic duty of every society. It is therefore time that we come together and take a stand to protect our vulnerable members of society. We owe it to ourselves and our communities to exert ourselves towards making the world a safer place for everyone. Thank you very much. Have a productive conference. God bless.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chukukere, for those kind remarks. I now want to invite Mr. Taylor Dunman, HCI Country Director. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. The Honorable Minister, if you'd allow me to adopt the protocol has been previously stated. Thank you very much. Again, good afternoon. My name is Tyler Dunman, and I get to serve as the Country Director for the Human Trafficking Institute here in Uganda, and have also as the Special Counsel to the DPP since 2019, moving to Uganda. You're most welcome. I guess I get to say that as well at this point. I don't know if you'll allow me that, my lord, but I hope that, I know that you will find Uganda a beautiful place as I have as well. But I'm grateful for this opportunity and excited to be a part of such an important conversation and networking event here in East Africa. The Human Trafficking Institute, we work to partner with criminal justice government entities. And here in Uganda, we have been working since about 2017, partnering with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, the Uganda Police Force, and as recently as last year, the Judiciary of Uganda. And our focus is on investigation and successful prosecution of trafficking in persons cases, both domestic and transnational. I see the EAAP as a unique body organization in this fight against human trafficking and transnational crime, in particular in our effort to protect women and children. I firmly believe it would be this group of leaders in this room that will be the ones to combat and successfully end the exploitation and injustice against women and children in East Africa, if not Africa as a continent. We know, research has told us that when laws are effectively enforced, that crime goes down, perpetrators are successfully prosecuted, and most importantly, women and children receive justice from the criminal justice system. I believe together, the EAP, working together and communicating, can be a force of tangible hope in this endeavor. To the prosecutors in the room, I just have to say that sometimes it feels like a thankless job. There are literally thousands of victims in this region of East Africa that have been protected and have received justice because of the great work that you have done. So on behalf of those victims that may have not told you thank you, I would like to say thank you. With those remarks, I'm excited about this week, and thank you for allowing me to be a part of it.
Thank you so much, Tyler, and thank you for reminding us that we are doing a good job. I always say that we don't look at all the victims. We look at one victim at a time, because every time we make a difference in someone's life. And I would like now to invite Mr. Olinga Moses, who is the program manager of IFAW, to come and give his brief remarks. Mr. Olinga, you're welcome.
Thank you. You want it? Thank you so much, Lady Justice Abodo, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. Moses Olinga, working for International Fund for Animal Welfare. I know that most people have been only seeing abbreviation I4. I4 is International Fund for Animal Welfare. We have a regional office in Nairobi, and I'm the country's representative in Uganda, but also overseeing activities in the Horn of Africa. So I4 generally strives to create coexistence between animals and the people. So when I was asked to give remarks, I said that I'm going to deviate a bit from the theme and be an advocate of animals here. But also on the basis that wildlife crime, which I believe will be talked about in the afternoon, affects human beings and affects the vulnerable persons, which is women and children most. So I wanted to say something along that line. I want to begin by commending the DPP, Uganda, and the DPP's office generally, for what I will say a job well done so far in as far as preventing and tackling wildlife crime in Uganda. I've had the opportunity also to work in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. I've worked closely with the prosecutors in Kenya, led by DPP Haji. I know that you've all done a good job. But we don't need to rest, because what has happened is that between 2014 and 2019, or around about that, we were having lots of huge confiscations of ivory, of pangolin scales, rhino horns. But that has declined over the years. But it doesn't mean that the vice has stopped. Wildlife crime remains the fourth international or transnational crime. In Uganda, what has happened is that we see people now involving in trafficking small quantities of products, not large quantities as they used to be. And when you consolidate those small quantities, you still go to the large quantities. So as I4, we've been supporting the office of the DPP. We've been supporting Uganda Wildlife Authority and other law enforcement agencies to enhance collaboration amongst them, to work together to tackle this vice in a common front. One of the presenters said that to defeat a network, you need to have a network. So that is what we've been doing in terms of building capacity, in terms of supporting these agencies with equipment and different varied support to enhance their work, to make them effective. Today, I only wanted to say two things, that as you gather here as the East African Association of Prosecutors, a transnational crime is a vice that you need to tackle as one unit. When you're here, take time to get to know each other, to share contacts. Those informal communications are very important when it comes to tackling the crime. Without you going to the bureaucracies of the office, you can always call your colleague from Kenya that there is this and that happening here. How can you help me? And that enhances your work and makes it faster and effective. We've sent people to jail, and that's why I commended Justice Abodo and her team. But that is not enough. The issue that I want to implore you to deal with now is the issue of the money. That for us to pinch these networks, to go into their heart, we need to touch their money. So I really want to encourage the prosecution team working with the investigators to not only look at the products, but also look at the money, the trail of money, and also look at the proceeds of crime as the second point. Let's tackle the assets. When we tackle the assets, then I'm sure that we are towards winning this battle. Other than that, it's always a problem. According to a paper done by the Royal United Service Institute for Defense and Security Studies, which was done in 2021, they indicated that Uganda is still considered as a consolidation point for most of these products. It is also a source, it is also a transit route, and so to Ethiopia and other countries in the region. And other than wildlife, you have issues to do with the human trafficking, you have issues to do with the timber and drugs. So as we sit here for the next 2 days to discuss, I want to emphasize that we deal with these issues as a unit. Normally, criminals target lucrative businesses. If today they are in human trafficking and you increase vigilance there, they go to wildlife. If wildlife you increase, they go to money. And so let's tackle all of them as a unit. I want to end by pledging on behalf of IFO that we shall continue working with the association, but also with the respective countries to build capacities on the side of wildlife. And I look forward to interacting with all of you. Thank you so much, Lady Justice, and thank you all of you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Malinga. Mr. Olinga. Olinga Moses. Yes, my nephew. Mr. Olinga, you are not deviating because already we have, as prosecutors and different actors in this room, we know that crime is interconnected now, that they can commit a crime on the human being, but also in the process commit a crime on the wildlife. So it is interconnected, so you're not deviating in any way. Last but not least, I want to invite Miss Enora. She is the European Union representative to come and make our remarks. You're most welcome.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable DPP Uganda, all regional prosecutors and dignitaries here present. I follow those preceding me by saying all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be here with you today and address on behalf of the European Union delegation to Uganda this impressive gathering of the East African Association of Prosecutors on the occasion of its 10th annual general meeting. I'm particularly happy that this year's edition of the EAAP is hosted here in Uganda, and as the EU, we are delighted to have been asked by the ODPP Uganda to support this conference under the auspices of our AML CFT SK program, which was introduced already by Mrs. Alma Wanyama. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Others have been speaking on various issues of transboundary crime, but I hope that you will allow me to focus my brief remarks more specifically on the issue of the money, as has been said, and the support that we have been providing to Uganda and the wider region in the fight against money laundering and the financing of terrorism. The EU has been supporting initiatives across the Africa region and beyond, dedicated to enhancing national and regional capacity in the field of financial investigations, prosecutions, asset recovery, AML CFT, and countering of illicit financial flows. Illicit financial flows hinder African efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and tackle regional and global crises. Research has shown that the vast volume of capital generated and moved illegally by transnational organized crime and terrorist groups not only distort markets and financial structures, but also have a devastating impact on good governance and the rule of law, negatively impacting countries' and regions' stability and security. The EU has funded 2 successful regional AML projects that focused on disrupting terrorist financing, trafficking of human beings, and migrant smuggling since 2014. We have just entered a 3rd phase of this initiative under the name of AML CFT SK. The name seems to be getting longer and longer, but it's also to reflect a broadened regional scope covering 34 countries in Eastern, Central, and Southern Africa and Yemen. This extended project emphasizes a holistic follow and recover the money approach, targeting the proceeds and illicit financial flows derived from transnational organized crime and terrorist financing. While it is encouraging to see progress in technical compliance in the implementation of the recommendations of the Financial Action Task Force, also known as FATF, Eastern, Southern, and Central Africa and the wider region still faces many challenges related to AML CFT. Indeed, whilst a growing number of money laundering offenses are investigated, the region still has a lot of work to do in ensuring that offenders are prosecuted and subject to effective and dissuasive sanctions. Only 1% of all FATF-style regional bodies reviewed countries are effectively prosecuting and convicting money laundering offenders. In order to respond to this pressing challenge, the EU's ongoing AML CFT project includes the following regional activities, incorporating prosecutors as well as other law enforcement agencies with a view of promoting a multi-agency approach to these issues. Trainings have been done on financial investigation, trainings on investigating and prosecuting money laundering and terrorism financing, analysis, tracing, investigation, tracing and confiscation of virtual assets, as well as the training of trainers on financial investigation. As I'm coming to the end of my remarks, allow me to say also a few words on our support to Uganda in this area over the years. And this has taken the form of supporting Uganda's participation in regional level exchanges with other FIUs, law enforcement authorities, as well as training of trainers. In addition, we have funded a tailor-made package for Uganda that delivered trainings to designated non-financial businesses and professions, as well as financial institutions on compliance standards and suspicious transactions and activities. It has also included a training to supervisory bodies on AML and risk-based supervision. Our extended AML CFT project intends to build on this by designing a financial investigation training curriculum together with the national experts from the police investigation units, ODPP, and FIA and international experts that can be adopted in law enforcement training institutes here in Uganda. Uganda will also benefit from the earlier mentioned regional activities under this program. In conclusion, I would like to stress again the importance of the East African Association of Prosecutors Forum and the subtopics you will be discussing over the next couple of days. These are all lie at the heart of the EU AML CFT project approach, but also the EU's wider work in providing support in the fight against transboundary crime and its impact on the most vulnerable populations. I wish you all great exchanges over the next few days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Enora. Now, before I go any further, someone has left their eyes here. I hope you can see the way. Yes. Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, that is, in brief, my family. Both prosecutors, prosecutor generals, attorney generals, and our development partners who are making our work easy. We are making the region safe. And of course, that directly influences the economy of the region. So this moment we have all been waiting for, Honorable Minister, I take the honor and with a lot of humility invite you to make the keynote address. You're most welcome, Honorable Minister.
Our host organization and the head, the Honorable Lady Justice Jane Abodo, the president of this organization, the East Africa Prosecutors Association, East African Association of Prosecutors, the Honorable Sylvester Mwakitalu, and your entire executive committee. Dear friends, everybody has been very brief, and it is now lunchtime. I don't want to inflict upon you a lengthy speech. So I have been trying to, out of my speech, doing what they call a scattergram, so that I tell you from the beginning what my main point is, and I don't have to keep you waiting. But first, let me thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank Lady Justice Jane Abodo. She's very influential. Today is supposed to be a day for the cabinet of Uganda to meet. And according to ministers and the government standing orders, cabinet is #1 priority. So anybody with the ability to pull a minister out of a cabinet meeting has got a lot of horsepower. I was supposed to be here much earlier, but I also had to go looking for a visa because tonight I'm supposed to join other ministers of justice to discuss the death penalty somewhere in Italy. She already told you that we had a mini trial for the offense of denying the Minister of Justice dinner last night. And since she didn't waste court's time, she was only sentenced to a caution. But she has invited me to lunch. And I think that's why she delayed the program a bit, so that my speech ensures that I'm around during lunch. Because normally ministers are expected to leave after talking. I don't intend to leave for the stated reason. I'm really honored to see all of you here. This is a very distinguished gathering. I could say right now in the Republic of Uganda, maybe this room has the highest concentration of legal minds per square meter. And there are people who have only been reading about celebrities like Haji. I'm really pleased to meet you, Haji, because I see the politicians in Kenya always provoking you. They even want to draft charge sheets for you. And I think you are a shining example. Our own Justice Jane Abodo has tackled international crime with a lot of courage. She has even lost some of her staff. One of the prosecutors in Uganda was shot dead. But whatever success can only be enhanced through cooperation by many countries. It is no longer possible to do it alone. We still have a lot of gaps. My keynote address is supposed to be about the approaches that are practical. But in one sentence, let me state the problem: leadership. One day my professor posed the question and said, if all the Africans were to go to Japan and all the Japanese were to come to Africa, and then we check what Japan looks like after 20 years, and we check what Africa looks like after 20 years, is there likely to be a difference? I don't want to share my answer, but I want each of you to develop your own answers. So it led me to develop something which I shared last week with the graduating students. I said, Africa is what it is because its leaders are not what they are supposed to be. I'll repeat that. Africa is what it is because its leaders are not what they are supposed to be. Leadership is important because all of you here, I'm sure, are underfunded. Your lawyers are determined to prosecute cases, but the police cannot gather evidence because they don't have the capacity, they don't even have transport. Sometimes even the prison authorities have no ability to bring the suspects to court. In the case of Uganda, one prosecutor is running all over the place between several districts. So, I have a lot of theories, but I'll only mention a few of them because we are supposed to be practical. Now, to deal with transboundary crime and to protect women and children, my main thesis is that we need three things: coercion, communication, cooperation. All these are forms of power. Cooperation because even according to the basic laws of physics, you know, velocity equals mass times acceleration. So when you have mass, in other words, you are together cooperating, and then you accelerate, then you'll have a higher velocity. Communication because we no longer have town criers, we no longer have relays of horses. Now communication is instant. Coercion because I'm sure all of you read Hobbes' Leviathan. That power that is above everybody, capable of doing a lot of good, but also creating a mess, should there be need. Let's look at how power, the power to coerce, has evolved through history. In the beginning, in the feudal days, we had monarchies, And these manifestations of power can also be seen in the architecture of any given society. In other words, buildings. When the monarchs were the most powerful and they had the ability to compel obedience, in the days of people like King Henry VIII, who could even cut off the heads of his own wives, the predominant architecture admired by all were the castles. These gave way to religious empires. Then the architecture was the grand cathedrals, the grand mosques. Eventually, these also gave way to the state. And then the architecture changed. Now we have the houses of parliament. Whether you have the Parliament of Uganda, State House, the White House. The White House doesn't even have an address or a telephone number on its letterhead. They just write the White House. The White House. The other one is number 10, a small black door. Westminster, Bundestag. These became the architectural symbols of the state. Even the state is slowly giving way to multinationals. In other words, power is shifting. It has shifted from monarchies, religious empires, to the state, and now multinationals. You have all witnessed the drama between the US Congress and Mr. Zuckerberg. Every time he comes in his T-shirt in the US Congress, all the senators and members of the House of Representatives understand who really has power, because they all have smartphones. And they know who can switch them off from their voters. TikTok. These days, some of the most famous buildings are the headquarters of multinationals. If you go to Berlin, one of the most prominent buildings is the Sony headquarters. It's massive. In California, you have square miles and square miles of office space housing Google, Apple headquarters. Therefore, anybody who wants to analyze a serious response to cross-border crime, we can leave out the monarchies, we can leave out the religious empires. The monarchies are now largely really for entertainment. When they issue a new book, when you have a Netflix series, they now entertain us. The religious empires are also in our mental archives. So we now talk about what the state and the multinationals can do. We now have 5G technology. We now have spy phones. So, there's something which, of course, is the most important, namely we, the human beings, those of you who are here. As individuals, you are better than any multinational company. You are better than any state, because you are what Noah Harari calls the sapiens, the Homo sapiens, the human being, not yet really replicated. Let me quote him briefly. He said, ants and bees can also work together in huge numbers, but they do so in a very rigid manner and only with close relatives. Of course, here you are not relatives, unlike ants and bees who only cooperate with those they are related to. Wolves and chimpanzees cooperate far more flexibly than ants, but they do so only with small numbers of other individuals that they know intimately. Sapiens can cooperate in extremely flexible ways with countless numbers of strangers. And according to Noah Harari, that is why sapiens rule the world. According to him, no matter what ants can do, the most they can do is to eat leftovers. And as for chimps, they will always end up locked up in zoos. So today you are gathered because you are decision makers. Whether somebody ends up in court or not depends on your signature. So what is the process that you go through to make that decision? Obviously, somebody recommends to you, usually the police. It starts with a recommendation or a complaint. Even the media can wake you up. In other words, as a director of public prosecutions, you are tuned to so many channels. After getting that recommendation and you have signed an indictment, then you need the input of many other actors. Some of the government agencies will never volunteer information. So you must have the ability to reach out to them, to fish them out. But the big D is with you, decision. You are in this room because you have the power of decision. Of course, in the complicated world in which we live, there may be many pressures. But ultimately, you take the responsibility. In Uganda, the office of the DPP is a constitutional office. In Rwanda, I think you have the Minister of Justice, who is also the Attorney General, who also runs an outfit similar to the FBI, so you can imagine. In Uganda, the Minister of Justice also used to be the Attorney General. Then I think the government found it wise to split the two offices so that the Minister of Justice focuses on political leadership and policy matters and leave the Attorney General to wrestle with whoever is fighting the government in the courts of law, and also to focus on giving sound legal advice. When you people were in Mombasa, I was also there in a very small meeting. Of course, yours was massive. You overshadowed ours. You even had the president. We were discussing transnational security threats. My own view is that if we are going to craft practical responses to protecting the most vulnerable, women and children, who are victims of transboundary crime, we start from the obvious. These boundaries were never there. They were created. If you go to the west of Uganda, you find people who do not know whether they are crossing into Congo or not. Southwest, between Rwanda and Uganda, there are some people who do not appreciate the border posts. They just go and do their business. The same applies to Kenya, because these boundaries were created arbitrarily. But now, we accept them. Now, the fact that there are communities that have been separated by the borders complicates your ability to monitor who is who. In any case, most Africans look the same. So if you go to Ethiopia, I do not know whether you can differentiate between an Eritrean and an Ethiopian. There are people who you can differentiate. My brother from South Sudan, the moment he introduced himself, I said yes, because he's a tower. And no one likes to take photographs with him unless they are sitting. Thank you. We have to unpack this crime. As a student of criminal law, we were told of the elements. There are three: the motive, the opportunity, and the means. Of course, the crimes that affect women and children, you know them. Trafficking in humans, drugs, sexual exploitation, you can call it sexploitation. So I listed some of the challenges. Because the crime landscape has also changed. The DPPs of the 60s maybe had it easier. Now, there are new opportunities open to those who want to commit crimes. There are new technologies that override almost any obstacle. The decision as to whether to commit a crime or not depends on many factors. I'll share with you just 6. The first is the probability of being caught. So, now you people don't catch suspects. You wait for those who have been caught. So most of the problems you face are really due to the incompetence and lack of capacity by other people. But since you are better known and you have a higher profile, you end up being blamed. So the probability of being caught, and then how long or severe the punishment if you are found guilty. And then there's something they call disutility, the disutility of going to jail. For some people, going to jail is actually not a big deal. It is a break. Because sometimes some criminals cheat others. So In other words, the state protects them from being murdered by their business rivals. Then number 4, expected earnings from the illegal activity. And risk aversion. Nowadays, because of capabilities of those who want to commit crime, many criminals are not risk averse anymore. Then what are the alternatives to crime? For many young people, there are fewer opportunities. So crime becomes an alternative to the legal labor market. There are studies that show the drivers. The top driver is unemployment. Of course, people look for employment in order to earn and take care of their families, pay their rent, and meet their usual needs. So if you're unemployed, then you don't have income. If crime offers you an opportunity to earn income, either you smuggle young girls to become sex workers, or you traffic young people to join terrorist organizations. Here in Uganda, there are some groups that can offer you up to $2,000. They claim it is a month, but I doubt. But if you receive the first $2,000, definitely you are likely to want to join them. The second is peer pressure. The peer pressure need not be direct, because if somebody who has joined this transnational or transboundary criminal network is doing well, let's say they have bought a car and they have built a house, that is enough pressure on you to try it out. Of course, there is greed. You can't rule out greed. And then there are those who are first subjected to mind-bending drugs. So substance abuse also becomes a driver. And then the other is what we call easy money, which makes it very attractive in terms of business. It's therefore important to come up with some tough measures. It's important that the word is out there that it is very risky business. So I pose to you a question. By the time you leave here, ask yourselves, how risky is it for people to commit these crimes that victimize women and children? In your own countries, is it really that risky? South Africa has done something to lead the way. While preparing to speak to you, I came across the case of Cheryl Chwale. She was arrested in 2012. She's a South African and charged with drug trafficking. She was tried and sentenced to 12 years. Hers was a very serious case. You have to know that some of these crimes are not really in our faces. The crimes that are in our faces are the crimes which involve the shedding of blood. Some of these so-called bloodless crimes, even our judges don't take them that seriously. So for all her depravity, she was sentenced to 12 years. Because nobody knows how many people have committed suicide because of her, how many people are languishing in foreign countries because of her, They are seeing this beautiful young lady who is presenting herself as a victim of recruiters. Fortunately, when she appealed against her sentence, the South African Court of Appeal was wide awake. They increased her sentence from 12 to 15 years. No, to 20. They increased it from 12 to 20 years. That always sends out what? Being tough. Now, look at our region. We have two oceans, the Atlantic and Indian Ocean. We are easily accessible to those who want to create caliphates in the Middle East. That is a vulnerability factor. In fact, there's supposed to be a caliphate which comes to Congo. We are also, as Uganda, we have also made our own contribution through a group known as the Allied Democratic Front, ADF. I think the leaders aspire to be governors of the caliphate. The regional conflicts also weaken state capacity. Which police officer is going to investigate a crime in these volcanic areas where conflicts are simmering? And then 360 degrees, the criminal justice system is underfunded. The prosecutors are not as well paid. Here in Uganda, we have tried to enhance the pay of Her Lordship Justice Abodo's prosecutors. But I think she has less than 40% of the people she needs. So however well paid they are, still she cannot have the impact needed. The police are yet to get salary enhancement. Then it comes to my table. Political and legal capacity. However capable you are, if the laws are weak. Justice Abodo has been pushing us concerning the 48-hour law. Because in Uganda, we are not supposed to keep you in custody for more than 48 hours. The Minister of Justice in me wants to amend the law, but the human rights activist in me does not want to amend the law. The debate is still going on, but I do believe that we are going to come up with some proviso. If we don't have the capacity to gather enough evidence, that is why in Uganda today, most of the time, if your case is not yet well investigated, then you are charged with some outrageous crime like terrorism. So that way you are just taken to court and immediately taken to jail. You may not actually have anything to do with any terrorist activity. But you know, terrorism is such a broad crime that it is a catch-all. So we are partly to blame in terms of weak laws and even a weak judiciary. The judiciary has also had its salary enhanced. This coming month, we are going to give them all the stuff that they need to back up the judges and so on. And the Chief Justice, I believe, is going to join you. He will tell you his plan. He's fighting backlog. And also ensuring that some of these offenses that can be dealt with through plea bargaining stop wasting court's time. The other thing is for us to become alive to international instruments. I hope you'll all get copies of the UN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. the 2003 Convention and all its protocols. I make the following recommendations. We have to deal with our porous borders. Because now we have got, in French, Justice Abodo says that I can say French words better. I can't say them, but I'm just maybe less shy than you. I'm more confident in my era. Sort of like Mr. Bean. If you watched his movie, he was going on holiday and he got lost, and he was going to a train station known as Gare de Lyon. But you know the French, I don't know why they just don't spell things the way they say them. So Mr. Bean said Gare de Lyon, which of course the French could not understand until he showed them a piece of paper and they say, oh, Gare de Lyon. So we now came up with a phrase, we call it criminals sans frontières, criminals without borders. So why would a criminal pass through the normal border anyway? So when we say porous borders, we are not talking about Entebbe Airport. We are not talking about Busia. We are not talking about Gatuna. We are not talking about Heathrow or Charles de Gaulle. We are talking about those other areas that nobody in uniform is watching. Of course, we have some geniuses in the world. Thank God America produced one, and he decided that there should be a wall built between his country and another country. Very simple, because, you know, by the time his people had second thoughts about his presidential credentials, he had not gone very far with the project. I don't think that's what we are talking about. I think it is better to cooperate. You can cooperate because people have been known to dig tunnels under walls and so on. Criminals are very flexible. Chinua Achebe said, when man learns to shoot without missing, birds will learn to fly without perching. They'll never stop to wait for you to shoot at them. The other problem is drugs. Money laundering, you have talked about it. As you know, Uganda is currently on the gray list. We are fighting. We have signed a number of instruments so that we are removed from the gray list, because the next list is the black list, where we shall join the glorious company of North Korea, Iran, and Myanmar. And I don't think that's very good company for a country like Uganda. And we thank the office of the DPP and the Financial Intelligence Authority of Uganda and all the other agencies for warning the government about this issue. In any case, this issue is fundamental because these transboundary crimes bring income, illegal earnings. Now, how do you move that money around? You must have a country that does not care about monitoring. And unfortunately, I actually personally don't think Uganda is so badly off. I somehow think we are getting a bad rap for a number of other reasons. But I think there are countries that are worse off than Uganda in this money laundering business. But maybe they know how to cover their tracks better. That's off the record. Don't say the Minister of Justice is protesting the judgment of those international authorities. Why are women and children trafficked? Of course, cheap labor for gain, sexual exploitation, but the one which probably you are not thinking about is that many of the children are turned into mercenaries. They become child combatants. I'm from northern Uganda. You all know the Lord's Resistance Army. Nobody knows where they are now, but surely they made very good use of child combatants. The other crime which is lucrative is trafficking in firearms. Now, in Uganda, we are neighbors to the northwestern Kenya, where there's Turkana. They occasionally raid each other and steal cattle. They call it stock exchange. Then, of course, we have South Sudan. There have been some non-state actors with guns crossing the border. And then, of course, Congo. Behind all these are warlords. I want to challenge you, our prosecutors, to hunt down the kingpins and queenpins. When Noriega was arrested, it sent tremors. And when the other guy of Mexico, was he called Chapo? Go for the big fish, because when you get the big fish, it sends a clear message. Let me close with some recommendations. The others I've already talked about: cooperation, institutional frameworks, legislation, exchange of information and intelligence, sensitization, building capacity, police, military, security, intelligence, customs, immigration, civil service, and even civil society. The one which to me is critical and which I believe should be a key outcome of this meeting is to have a regional training institution for you people who are in the front line. The Army have their joint training institutions. Unless I'm mistaken, I don't think there is a regional training institution for prosecutors. Is there one? Please add it on your shopping list. You know, the Minister of Justice is here. It's a good thing for him to tell the President that, you must have a training institution for prosecutors. We go to law school, but there are things we don't learn in school. You need to have specialized training, and then you get experts. And I'm sure the Uganda government can put some core funding, and then our international partners can also contribute. We have a big compound where we have the jailer's house. I'm sure space can be found either there or in another location, but you definitely need a common training institution so that everybody can continue learning. Just like judges have got now a judicial institute, I'm sure the law the Chief Justice of Uganda studied is probably only 60% applicable. By the time he went to law school, there was nothing like cybercrime. I don't think it is one of the units he studied. But now, copyright and patents, judges have had to go back to school to learn what property is. We used to think property is land. We even call it real property. But now you can be a billionaire without owning 1 inch of land. So because of these changes, there's need to continuously train people. So, apart from that, there should be public awareness. I know as prosecutors, you are a lot like judges. You don't like the public space so much. But I think the time has come for you to step forward and help create public awareness through the media, radio programs, television. In any case, it is the ordinary people who are the victims of these crimes. Somebody made an excellent speech here saying the victims are our mothers, our sisters, our children. The public is waiting to hear that, there's somebody fighting for them. You all know that the Vice President of the United States was a very tough California prosecutor. In other words, the public also rewards through votes, of course. I believe some of you may eventually decide to join our murky waters of politics. Don't be too scared. So, the Vice President of the United States was a tough prosecutor. So, it is important for you to know why you are doing what you do. It may appear mundane to you, but you should know the big difference you are making. It is always good for people to know that, oh, they have caught him. Now the office of the DPP is going to make sure they go to jail. That is something that should make you feel good. When you are talking to your juniors, please tell them that people have a lot of expectations of them. They may be paid little money, but it is important for you to let them know their contribution to the grand scheme of things, law enforcement and a peaceful society. When I was first appointed minister, I was talking to those who draft our laws. There are very many in the ministry. Some of them are very junior. So I told them, don't you feel proud when the Chief Justice is reading words from the law and you say, yes, I wrote that. And the Chief Justice saying, according to this act, section this, and say, yeah, I wrote that. And now the Chief Justice is reading it. Otherwise, your staff will be demotivated. They should know. Be like that person who was cutting stones at a building site and he was asked, what are you doing? And instead of saying, I'm cutting stones, he said, I'm building a cathedral. Of course, all he was doing was breaking stones. Probably he has no idea of what the architectural plan of a cathedral is. But in his mind, he knew that the stones he's breaking is making a contribution to the grand cathedral, which will be the end product. So what is the end product you are working towards? A safer region. So that, we stop being insulted. The other person who said we are shithole countries. Forgive my language, but I have to say it. So I want you to get annoyed in your hearts as Africans and say, we want anybody who comes to Africa to know that if somebody commits a crime, they'll be arrested. There was a young lady from Estonia who visited Uganda. She was being cheated by some pastor, robbed of her money. I was glad when the fellow was arrested and so on. So many people who visit our countries think that our systems cannot guarantee their safety, that the law cannot protect them. In other words, all this is in your hands. And for those who are from Uganda, you are not supposed to talk. I think my airtime has run out. Okay. I am getting out of here soon. For those who are from Uganda, you may not want to say certain things yourselves. I'll say them for you. Because you are supposed to be learned. For our own DPP, she's even a judge. So it makes matters worse. She's supposed to carry herself differently. So have a good relationship with the political leaders so that they can push the governments to do the right thing. I believe very strongly that this conference will be a new start. I've heard a rumor that you even want to change the name of your organization, so that is now correct. Not East Africa, but Eastern Africa, so everybody feels included. You may think of a better name, I don't know, but that will be something great. And I hope after this conference you will have national workshops so that you share what you have learned here to continue unpacking. But for me, I'm going to fight for the Common Training Institute so that a few of you can once in a while, wherever you want to house it, whether you take it to Zambia, whether you take it to Mozambique, whether you keep it in Kampala, but you must have a place where you refresh yourselves and you unpack. Because sometimes the language you people speak while talking to the ordinary people creates a gap. People don't understand the language of prosecutors. Somebody goes to court and the prosecutor is talking to the judge. The accused person is also wondering what's happening. And then the judge bangs the table and then the handcuffs are back on. You saw this movie, The Gods Must Be Crazy. This guy was arrested for poaching. He killed some animal, either an antelope. So they arrested him, put him behind a truck, took him to court. He does not know that there's a law prohibiting. His culture has been a culture of hunting. He doesn't know the word poaching. Who says I'm poaching? So he addresses the judge and he says, "Judge, I'm not a greedy person. If this person who arrested me wants that animal, he can have it. Let me go back and kill another one." So I urge you to unpack what you do, particularly when you are addressing these communities. Some of these communities have been crossing these borders with arms for ages. They have been crossing with cattle. So I emphasize this public awareness. Otherwise, you leave our people puzzled. They'll say, okay, the prosecutor wants to achieve this, but, you know, I once read a story about a snake that was pursuing a frog, and the frog asked the owl, "What do I do? My life is in danger." And the owl said, "Well," because on account of its huge eyes, they thought it is wise and knows what to do. So the owl said, "Fly away." And the frog believed the owl and tried to fly and then said, "Well, I can't fly, I have no wings." And the owl said, "Well, you know, I deal in broad concepts, the details are yours. We cannot leave our people like that. you must go down to the lowest level, and you do what a transformer does, a step-down transformer. So how are you going to step down this knowledge so that a poor family does not get trapped in the recruiting network of drug traffickers and human traffickers? How are you going to unpack that so that people can understand? And that is where the civil society comes in, because you may not succeed. So I urge you also to collaborate with the civil society organizations. I have enjoyed speaking to you, sharing my random thoughts. The notes that I have made were intended to reduce a very long speech into something which is less boring. But I do hope that from here you will be energized to go and do a better job. We depend on you, and look at yourselves in terms of being part of the world of those fighting crime. You are only a regional bastion, but you are part of the network. Don't lose hope. There are many points of light in the fight against transboundary crimes. Just connect those points of light and you'll light up the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs of the Republic of Uganda. That was more than a keynote. Those were words of wisdom and encouragement for us, prosecutors, and our partners who are in the front line of fighting for the commodity, the rare commodity, justice. So thank you so much. And I want to ask you to put your hands together again to thank the Honorable Minister for first honoring our invitation to come and give the keynote, and for giving more than a keynote address. So thank you so much, Honorable Minister. And we have noted all your guidance that you've given us, and we have also noted that you're going to be in the forefront to get us a training ground for prosecutors in the region and beyond. So thank you so much. And at this point, it is after 2. I want to hand back to the manager of ceremonies, Mr. Biansi. Please come and give us what we should do next.
Colleagues, let's give another round of applause to the Minister and his team. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, and all members on the high table. It is time now for a break. We are going to break for lunch. I was sharing with the DPP about how long the lunch should be, and we have agreed that we have lunch for 40 minutes and come back, because the Chief Justice is ready, he's just waiting for us to finish the lunch and he joins us. There's going to be a brief photo moment with the Minister and the heads of prostitution agencies in this house at the stairs down there. So, heads of prostituting agencies present, please join the DPP of Uganda and the Minister for a photo moment. Lunch is going to be served in the restaurant downstairs. Coupons are being issued So after getting your coupon, please slop down to the restaurant, have a quick lunch, and we'll resume within 40 minutes from now. We shall have a photo later in the afternoon with the Chief Justice where all of us will be. So members, let's take time very seriously. Let's have our lunch and quickly resume for the afternoon session. Thank you.
Just a recap. If you remember the Ugandan delegation and you don't have a lunch coupon yet, please locate Mr. Baine Stanley, who is downstairs. I should be able to take care of you. Thank you.
Test. Marcelo, can you hear me online? We're just checking if our audio is audible to you.
Yes, I'm listening correctly, and I don't know if you are listening to me.
Yes, we can hear you very well as well and see you on the screen, so perfect. Can you try to maybe share your presentation just to see if it works on the screen?
Yes, let me 1 second, please. Yes, I'm gonna. Are you seeing it now?
Yes, can see it perfectly. Amazing.
Okay.
Okay, we'll communicate on WhatsApp on the timing itself. Solomon will send you an update now.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Colleagues, let's settle down. Welcome back from lunch. Please take your seats. Let's get organized so that we can go back to our official opening session of this meeting. The chief guest, who is the Chief Justice, is around. So he's just waiting for us to settle down so that he can walk in. So I request us to get organized, take our seats, so that we can ask our distinguished chief guests to join us here.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. Welcome back from lunch. Our chief guest is about to arrive. He's already within the vicinity. So when he comes in, we shall all stand up to welcome him until he takes his seat. Then we shall play the anthems before proceeding with the rest of the program. As you can all confirm from your programs, there has been some distortion, so we need to do a lot of catching up. We have two presentations and the earlier panel discussion, which was not completed, which we shall tackle after the address of the Chief Justice and the opening of the conference officially. Then the rest of the other programs will follow after that. Okay. Let's all stand up. The anthems.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Let's take our seats. My Lord, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, you're most welcome to this conference. My Lord, this is the 10th Annual General Meeting and Conference of the East Africa Association of Prosecutors, gathering here under the theme, Transboundary Crime, Practical Approaches to Protecting Women and Children. My Lord, the association is composed of 11 members, prosecuting agencies from 11 countries, who are all represented here. My Lord, before you are directors of public prosecutions, attorney generals, prosecutor generals, and other heads of prosecution agencies. My Lord, the host is the Director of Public Prosecutions of Uganda, who is so well known to you. And I'm going to invite you, my Lord, the DPP of Uganda, to come and welcome our chief guest.
Thank you so much, Mr. Biansi. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates. My Lord, the Honorable, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, before you, we have the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. We have DPPs and Prosecutor Generals and Attorney Generals from 12 African countries, my Lord. They have all come with delegations ranging from 2 to 8. And we also have prosecutors from the ODPP Uganda, my Lord, who have been picked from the regions. We also have our development partners in the house, my Lord, and we also have members of the press. My Lord, we started off this morning with the panel discussion. We decided that the theme for this conference and the East Africa Association of Prosecutors annual general meeting should focus on women and children. And the debate has been, how do we, in practical ways, handle these cases, especially having in mind that the 2 years when we were under lockdown, the cases on women and children, especially sexual violence cases, spiked. They went up. So the session in the morning, we had 4 panelists, and the discussion was really how do different jurisdictions handle cases against women and children. But we also had human trafficking also. And my Lord, you're very much aware that cases have become so you don't just get one case and you think you're only going to get a defilement case in it. You'll also get terrorism in that. You'll also get money laundering in that. You'll also get corruption in that. So crime has become so complex and so interconnected that the theme itself will just show you how we are dealing with these cases in the region. So the conference started today. You're going to open it this afternoon and will run until Wednesday. 2 days will really be how much we, as countries in the region, how are we going to handle these cases? Because we have realized that the best way that we handle these cases, because we are very much aware we have different legislations, we have different policies, and but it is all the same crimes. And a crime committed in Uganda will be the same crime committed in Kenya, Tanzania. A criminal can commit 10 jurisdictions under 1 minute. So that is why we are here this afternoon and tomorrow to just see how do we actually make our places safe. Not safe for the criminals to hide, but safe for our citizens, and make it very uncomfortable for the criminals. My Lord, we also had a keynote address from the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao, who guided us and gave us more than a keynote, gave us practical ways of how we should handle these cases, and ended with saying that we need to have a sort of a regional training ground for prosecutors, because we know that the criminals train every day and they're ahead of us all the time. So as prosecutors in the region, as investigators, we need also to train so that we are not left behind because of the different crimes. Of course, reminded us that now we are dealing with crimes committed by way of technology, cyber crimes, which were not thought of some 20 years ago. So, my Lord, this afternoon you're going to be opening this conference officially, and the discussions will continue. But I've also reminded the delegates, some, it is their first time to be in Uganda. I've reminded that Uganda is the Pearl of Africa, and we love having fun. So I've asked them that on Wednesday, we shall show them a bit of Uganda, and they are free to actually see a bit of Uganda even after the conference. So, my Lord, with those few opening remarks, with honor, I invite you to give us your address and open this conference officially. You're most welcome, my Lord.
can take this. No, I'll do it. Honorable Minister of Justice, Constitutional Affairs, my Lord Justice Jane Francis discovered she'd made a sacrilegious offense of taking over your responsibility of inviting me. But I've just told her you've over-invited me, so for a change, it is right that she invited me. So I think that will do. Okay. Yeah, she actually said mea culpa, and I said I'll convey it to you, which I'm doing now. So the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs of Uganda, who has been the keynote speaker today, I am informed, the Honorable Attorney General of Somalia, the Honorable Deputy Attorney General Mozambique, Director of Public Prosecutions Uganda, who is the Vice President of Eaap and host, Director of Public Prosecutions Tanzania, who is President of EAAP, Director of Public Prosecutions Kenya, and also the Secretary General of EAP, Prosecutor General Rwanda, Burundi, Prosecutor General Democratic Republic of Congo, Director of Public Prosecutions South Sudan, General Counsel for EAAP, Director of Public Prosecutions Zambia, Director of Public Prosecutions Malawi, Head of the Federal Public Prosecutors Administration Council Ethiopia, Representative of the Prosecutor General of Rwanda, Regional Representative for Eastern Africa, UNODC, Country Director, UNODC, Country Director, International Justice Mission, Country Director, Human Trafficking Institute. Oh, I thought it should have been anti-human trafficking. I don't know. Does the institution traffic in humans? I don't know. Senior Technical Advisor, AML, CFT, ESCAY, this is a mouthful. Program Director, AGA, Program Manager, IFAW, prosecutors, distinguished dignitaries in all your respective capacities, and members of the press. When I received the invitation to come and open this conference, I felt greatly honored. It's a great privilege that we're being asked to open this important conference. But when I walked in now and saw a conference hall full largely of legal minds, I was humbled. It is a great opportunity for me to address you, learned friends in your various colleagues, and those of you who may not be learned friends but greatly associate by nature of your work with learned friends. I thank the Director of Public Prosecutions for extending the invitation to me. I take this opportunity to join you in thanking the Lord for saving us from the devastation of COVID-19. Many people whom we have known and many whom we never knew perished because of that pandemic. But the Lord allowed you and me to be here post-COVID to engage in the discussions for which you've come to Uganda. We glorify God and ask Him to rest the souls of those who departed in eternal peace. Your presence here in this country is historic for us. It enables us to look or appreciate the importance of the African continent, the larger East African sub-region, and the importance of the reason for which we are here gathered today. It is an opportunity for us to share experiences, to gain from best practices from elsewhere, that is other jurisdictions, to enable us craft solutions, especially for the betterment of our criminal justice system. It is also an important time for all participants to reflect and appreciate the work and challenges of prosecutors, so that together we can chart the best approaches to effective prosecution across the continent. Prosecutorial agencies play a critical role in stability and sustainable development of any nation in the world. A country where criminality reigns cannot develop. A country where criminal justice system is weak cannot develop. It cannot attract investments. Neighbors are not at peace with one another. It simply cannot develop and will sink into a failed state. Article 120 of the Ugandan Constitution set out the role, the functions of the Directorate of Public Prosecution. This includes the following. Apart from the Director of Public Prosecution enjoying independence in the exercise of his or her function, meaning the decision whether to prosecute or not to prosecute must be for the Director of Public Prosecution alone. And nobody, not even the Chief Justice, not even the President, not even the Speaker, can direct the holder of that office either to prosecute or not to prosecute. So the other functions, in the enjoyment of that protection by the Constitution, to direct the police to investigate any information of a criminal nature and to report to him or her expeditiously, to institute criminal proceedings against any person or authority in any court with competent jurisdiction other than a court-martial, to take over and continue any criminal proceedings instituted by any other person or authority, to discontinue at any stage before judgment is delivered any criminal proceedings to which this article relates, instituted by himself or herself or any other person or authority. These provisions clearly show that a prosecutor is at the center of criminal justice services and has a central role to play in the justice services. The powers of the prosecutor have been ably summarized by West's Encyclopedia on American Law as follows. Not the other one by Michael West. This is an encyclopedia by West, just for avoidance of doubt, for those of you who went to Makerere. Open quote, Prosecutors now have more authority than ever before. They have the authority to investigate persons, grant immunity to witnesses and accused criminals, and plea bargain with defendants. Prosecutors decide what criminal charges to bring and when and where a person will answer to those charges. Courts rarely second-guess the decisions of a prosecutor, and all courts presume that a prosecutor has acted appropriately. Furthermore, prosecutors enjoy immunity from suits for their official actions, close quote. From what I have been briefed from your discussions as heads of prosecution agencies, I am in a better position to develop greater synergies and interventions for the enhancement of our criminal justice system. Through sharing experiences and ideas, we can adapt our institutions to the changing trends in criminality and effectively respond to them. Part of the changing trends in criminality is the fact that in recent years, the world has moved so fast that in a handful of years, the world is in the fourth industrial revolution. I dare say, while we all here are still alive, the world will experience the fifth industrial revolution. The nature of criminality that will accompany this requires that we understand these revolutions, requires that we are prepared, requires that we have sufficient training, requires that we equip ourselves with the tools and capacity to respond to this new form, this new trend of criminality that comes with a changing world. I've learned that the theme for the conference is transboundary crime, practical approaches to protecting women and children. This theme is appropriate as studies regionally and globally have indicated that women and children make up the vast majority of victims of crime globally. This is no exception for the East, the South, and the Horn of Africa regions. Victimhood for the most vulnerable of society is exacerbated when it takes the form of transboundary nature. Transboundary crimes include human trafficking, cybercrime, terrorism, and money laundering, among others. But let me also add this. Insurgencies that have got geopolitical dimensions fall alongside this. I speak from personal experience as the war of northern Uganda, where I come from, was an insurgency with a geopolitical dimension. Women and children were subjected to the worst form of abuse, worse than you can have in human trafficking, money laundering, drug trafficking, and so on and so forth. The student of international law or criminal international law will understand that in these international crimes, crimes that have geopolitical dimensions or that cut across nations, especially during war, women have always been the greatest victims alongside children. And I need to point out this. I'm a student of conflict resolution. And in my research, actually my dissertation was at the University of Bradford. My dissertation was on the debate between peace and justice. This was with regard to northern Uganda armed conflict. Whether we should sacrifice justice and pursue for peace, or we sacrifice peace for some time and pursue justice. It is a debate which you will not conclude. It is a debate that will always go on. I did not conclude it. I left it hanging. But I pointed out there that this practice of subjecting women and children to abuse, sexual slavery, name it, during armed conflict is alien to Africa. It's a very novel thing, it's a very recent thing. The traditional African society, long before 1949, the Geneva Conventions and the protocols, had decreed, the African society had decreed that it was an abomination, it was an unforgivable crime to touch a woman or touch a child. This was practiced everywhere in Africa. So this notion now that women are the most vulnerable, it was the men that were the fighting age men who were vulnerable during war, not the women, not the children. The women and children were actually the most protected. If a woman picked up a spear to come and fight you, you may be the champion warrior, but you had to run away because you could not fight back. So for policymakers, we need also to dig deep into these values which we've had as a people. What is there to learn from them? Where does the subjugation of women and children come from during war? Where does this thing of trafficking in children, where does it come from? Is it part of the development the world is developing? So this I do not offer any answer, but I pose these questions. However, I'm glad that my country, Uganda, has put in place measures to address transnational crimes through enacting legislations such as Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act 2009, the International Criminal Court Act 2010, the Anti-Money Laundering Act 2003, and the Anti-Terrorism Act 2002, among others. To this end, the heads of prosecution in the East African region joined efforts under their umbrella association, the East African Association of Prosecutors, EAAP. I mentioned the office holders during introduction, to ensure coordination, cooperation, and collaboration in combating crime. I've been reliably informed that the East African Association of Prosecutors has developed rapidly over the last 12 years. Congratulations. What should be borne in mind is that no one nation or agency or institution of government can single-handedly combat transboundary crime. I'm glad that the leadership of the East African Association of Prosecutors has timely realized this, and through collective efforts has achieved a lot in responding to these crimes. When I was a judge, High Court judge, in the International Crimes Division, it fell on me to preside over the trial of those about 13 people who were charged with responsibility for committing various crimes, what is now notoriously known as the Kampala Bombing Terrorism Act of 2010, where a number of people were killed at the Chadondo Rugby Club, an Ethiopian village restaurant. The accused persons were variously charged with the offenses of terrorism, murder, attempted murder, and so on. And these murders and attempted murders and other acts of terrorism were inflicted on very innocent people, people who had nothing to do with the reason for the terrorist quarrel with the state of Uganda. Innocent people, revelers. These were the people who, about 76 or thereabout people were killed, and others were injured. I remember I convicted 8 and acquitted 5. Of the 8, one was convicted on a plea of guilt and became a state witness, as the law provides for. That one I gave 25 years, I think, after the plea of guilt. The others, one who was an accessory after the fact, I think I gave him either 3 or 5 years. No, I gave him 1 year of community service because he had stayed on remand for longer than the period he would have been sentenced. I think the sentence was wrong because I should have sent him home. But I thought the crime was so grave that society would not understand that someone like that goes home without punishment from the mouth of a judge, not by reason of being on remand. I need to tell you something about the sentencing, then I'll tell you why prosecution was so important in this. I gave life, and life really means for the remainder of their life on earth, in prison to a number of them, the key persons, and I gave 50 years to 2 of them. They played key roles. I think the judgment is on Yuli, it's on the internet. If it is not, I can avail my lord the DPP a soft copy to distribute. Yeah. Both the judgment and the sentence. Why didn't I impose the death sentence? This was the best opportunity, if there was one, to impose the death sentence. 76 innocent people dead. But the reason I did not, and I've said this before in many meetings, there were 2 reasons. I'll start with the very serious one, and the one which spiritually was more important for me. I had, as a trial judge, before this, sentenced about 5 people, I think 5 people to death. And by the time I sentenced you to death, anybody would find what you've done really, really repugnant. It's not just that you've killed, but the circumstance would invite this. But then I had my journey to Damascus, and I lost the sense to deliver the death sentence. But even before that, I always debated with myself. Even those I sentenced to death, I didn't want them hanged. It's a paradox. But I wanted them, each day that they were in that, it is a sort of segregation. You stay alone. What is it called? You are kept alone. Each day they open the door, you think they have now come for you. I thought that was good punishment for somebody who had taken life. But then, of course, as I say, I met the Lord on my journey to Damascus, and he said, no, don't take life for life. So the highest form of sentence I can now impose is life imprisonment. Until death do you take you from earth. But the second reason I did not impose, and many people laugh at this, but I've really been serious. It was a very serious consideration for me. In the course of the trial, I learned, and I'd heard about it before, that these suicide bombers are made to believe, among other things, that the moment you die in the service of Allah, you go to paradise. I think the place is called paradise, and you find 12 virgins waiting for you. I'm sure you've heard of this. So I made a decision that I will not facilitate any one of them to go for those virgins. They should suffer on earth. Because I don't know things of religion, you'll fight over it, there will be no winner. So I say, I'm not going to debate it, I'm not going to contest it, but just supposing it is true, I'll keep you on earth. Those virgins, if they're going to wait for until you die, they'll wait. But I'm not going to facilitate you going for those virgins after committing these crimes. But during this protracted trial, the Kampala bombing trial, and this is really important for this conference, it's important for the prosecutors. The success of the prosecution lay in coordination. Witnesses, investigators came from the East African region, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Somalia, and then extended across the Atlantic to the United States of America. Some of the most high-tech investigations were done in labs. I remember one of my lady witnesses who spoke an American tongue. I don't know whether it was a drawl of the South, but for us we could hear her saying lavatory, when she meant laboratory. Until I had to remind her that when you say lavatory here, it is a different destination from a laboratory. But the language apart, the investigation was thorough. And this could only be achieved through coordination. One of my greatest disappointments, I don't know if you have anyone from United Kingdom here. I said this in one of the lectures for my chief prosecutor who was killed in the course of the prosecution. One of my biggest disappointments was the refusal, not failure, refusal by United Kingdom to play ball. A person who was evidently a key financier of terrorism in East Africa, and let me say East and Horn of Africa. I had to acquit the fellow. You feel he has, but the evidence before you is not sufficient, does not reach the threshold of beyond reasonable doubt. Why? In this case, the fellow used to, the evidence was given from here, from the East African side. He was facilitating terrorism both in Uganda and Somalia. There was evidence that money came to his account. But the proof of what the money was for, whether it was for Uganda or for Somalia, lay with United Kingdom. United Kingdom refused to cooperate. Reason, we have the death sentence in our books. I would like to remind you that it is the British who put the death sentence in our books. We didn't create it. By the way, my society, my Acholi society, since time immemorial, there is no death sentence. The Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs and myself come from that proud society. That while people are debating the death sentence, for us we think, what is all debate about? Because for us, we inherited a society where for time immemorial, the justice system does not permit the death sentence. So somebody should have told the United Kingdom office by DPP that the presiding judge is an Acholi fellow, and for them, they don't spill blood, not in a judicial process. Maybe that evidence would have come. As it is, I could not convict this fellow because there was no evidence that the money which was received did not go to Somalia or was not meant for Somalia but was meant for Uganda. And the fellow was not being prosecuted for committing acts of terrorism in Somalia. So there was, I resolved that doubt in his favor. And I think the most important person in that trial went scot-free. I'm saying this so that you appreciate the importance of coordination, collaboration, cooperation. Very, very important. As I said, I did observe firsthand the importance of coordination, cooperation, and collaboration, the 3 C's in law enforcement or among law enforcement agencies in our region and beyond. This was due to the fact that some of the suspects had to be extradited from Kenya and Tanzania. At the same time, some of the vital evidence had to be collected from these neighboring states. They have been, as I said, they were taken across the Atlantic for examination, DNA, and so on and so forth. Forensic examination of evidence. Had there been a lapse in the 3 C's, the DPP of Uganda would have had a tall order in effectively and successfully prosecuting an international case of that magnitude. I've already told you, where there was no cooperation, conviction was not possible. I would therefore like to commend the then foresighted heads of prosecution agencies who established the East African Association of Prosecutors, including Honorable Justice Richard Butera, the current Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, and his dedicated contemporaries for this brilliant idea whose fruition we are seeing now. I would like to emphasize that the 3 C's should be the major drivers behind your transformation strategy so that you are able to listen, observe, monitor, and then act together in concert against transboundary crime in this region. There is need for more concerted efforts in this struggle, and this conference is a great opportunity for all of us to share experiences and best practices necessary to propel us to the desired success. I believe all of you have reached this stage by listening and responding to the world around us, a strategy that will benefit each member country and the East African region as a whole. As the head of the judiciary of Uganda, I wish to emphasize that we are ready to work together in order to achieve the SDG number 16 of the United Nations, which calls upon all of us to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. I hope that you will fondly look back to this conference at the next one and assess the progress you will have made. But most importantly, our women and children who make up the bulk of our vulnerable populations need to be protected, and you have been mandated as prosecutors to take the lead in fighting transboundary crime. Please do not let them down. I thank the Director of Public Prosecutions, my friend Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo of Uganda, for organizing this important interaction. And I thank all of you for putting aside your important work and accepting to travel to Kampala to attend this strategic meeting. I welcome you again to the Pearl of Africa and wish you a fruitful conference. With these not very few remarks, I now take the pleasure to declare this conference officially open. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together again to thank our chief guest. Thank you so much, my Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, for opening the conference. And for, I should also let the audience know that the Honorable the Chief Justice has been a big advocate for the office of the DPP in terms of mainly having the staffing gap closed, because we know that as prosecutors, we present our cases to judicial officers, so it would make no sense to have judicial officers sitting and waiting and there are no prosecutors to present, especially the criminal cases and of course also the civil cases. So my Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice, thank you so much for first accepting to be our chief guest and for really coming and opening this conference, and for also making us very, very proud that we are actually doing the right thing by coming here just so that we can cooperate more. And you have already given us a live example of what cooperation does. So we move with confidence. We started at 5 countries in 2010. Now we are at 11. Honorable the Chief Justice, we are at 11 countries, and we are still growing strong. We have about 3 more countries who have expressed interest, and I think with time we might have to change the name completely, because now it is no longer East Africa, it cannot even be Eastern Africa. We have to go back to the drawing board and change, because we know that the more countries we have, the better for us, because there's strength in numbers. So we are very proud this afternoon that we have countries who have also expressed, like Somalia, they have expressed to join, and we shall soon admit them into this partnership. So my Lord, we want to thank you again, and I want to hand this back to the Master of Ceremonies to give us our next steps, since the conference is now officially opened. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord, the DPP. Thank you, my Lord, the Honorable Chief Justice of Uganda. My Lord, the Chief Justice, your audience has been very attentive. I've been seeing around everyone nodding and taking notes. Thank you for the wisdom and for sharing your experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a brief break to have a photo moment with the Chief Justice before we resume with the next of our program. Jackie, the Public Relations Officer, is going to guide us in that session down at the steps. My Lord, the DPP, I request you to lead the Chief Justice for the photo session. The photos are going to be in categories, but we shall also, all of us have opportunity to have a general photo with the Chief Justice, a group photo. So we shall all have to move down and be ready. We shall be called upon by the Public Relations Officer at the right moment. Colleagues, let's resume our seats and try to redeem the few minutes remaining to the end of the day to be able to complete our day's program. On our program this afternoon, we have a session which was supposed to be the second session, covering presentations on trafficking in persons, one of which is going to be delivered via Zoom. And it's going to be chaired by Her Lordship, the Director of Public Prosecutions of Uganda, Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo. My Lord, I hereby call upon you to take up the seat, the chair, and we start immediately. These will be short presentations, after which we shall go back to the panel discussion, which hadn't yet been completed, and then we shall wind up our day. So, my Lord, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Biansi. We are now at we are behind schedule, but my session is really very short. I would like to invite Ms. Norhan to the, yes, I don't know whether I've mentioned the name well. She's a UNODC expert, and she's going to be a discussant, and she is also an associate crime prevention and criminal justice officer. You have, on the program it is 20 minutes, but yes, you can make it shorter. We are slashing it by half. Yes, thank you so much. You can go on.
Thank you so much, Justice Jane. I'm just going to ask IT to make sure that the presentation is visible through Microsoft Teams, because we have, yes, colleagues joining. Okay. Well, good afternoon, distinguished delegates. My name is Nurhan Tumoum, and I'm the Associate Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice Officer. Complicated name, complicated title, but my boss is here if you want to ask him to shorten it a little bit. I want this very brief presentation to be as interactive as possible, because everyone is after lunch, we all need our coffee. So by show of hands, and I'm assuming it's almost over 90% of people here, how many of you have worked on transnational organized crime cases before? Perfect. And how many of the cases that you were working on were related to or specifically on human trafficking in one way or another? Yes, how many of the cases you worked on were related to human trafficking? Show of hands. Okay, Rachel as well from DPP Uganda. Perfect. Okay, so because I want to have this presentation as interactive as possible, usually at a high-level event, you're asked to not look at your phone. I'm going to ask you to take your phone out and log into www.menti.com here and put the code that's on the screen. If you go to menti.com and you put the code 8316-4930, okay, everyone is ready. Okay, so because many of you have already worked on human trafficking cases, you are already familiar with the magnitude and complexity of this crime. This was also discussed by Tyler Dunman earlier when it comes to his presentation on human trafficking, specifically to the model applied in Uganda. What I want to mention as well is that right before COVID, there was a study done by the International Labour Organization that shows that human trafficking is a $150 billion industry. Can you imagine $150 billion? That's more than some countries' GDP. That's a huge number. That's traffickers making a lot of money. UNODC just recently launched the Global Trafficking in Persons report, and which looks at some of the trafficking and trends. And Director Haji mentioned earlier that if we are aware of some of the trends or the flows that are happening when it comes to human trafficking, we're going to be able to better combat it, right? Now, I want you to use the website I just mentioned in the code to answer the following question. Okay, I see 17 players are ready. Perfect. All right. Question 1 on trafficking. What is the most common form of exploitation in Eastern Africa? And that your answer is going to take us through some of the regional trends that are happening. All right, so a lot of people answered sexual exploitation. Some people said forced marriage. One person said forced begging. And 3 people said forced labor. Our study shows that forced labor is actually the highest form of trafficking in Eastern Africa. And if we go to this slide, you'll see that 62% of victims in sub-Saharan Africa are trafficked for forced labor first, and then 34% are for sexual exploitation. So that really shows the magnitude of this crime and the different forms of exploitation, right? The last report that UNODC has done had shown that sexual exploitation was actually the highest, but we're seeing forced labor drastically increase, which is a very concerning form of trafficking, right? If we zoom into Eastern Africa, 80% of the people trafficked are victims of forced labor versus 13% for sexual exploitation. That's a massive, concerning number. And as UNODC, we've worked across with the governments of Kenya, Tanzania, across all of Eastern Africa. And we've really been receiving a lot of concerns into the flows of forced labor, whether it's within the region or going outwards into Southern Africa or the Gulf, which is why we want to also reinforce cooperation, not just within Eastern Africa, but more so with other regions in the Gulf or elsewhere, for example, in the Asian countries where the government of Kenya has expressed that a lot of trafficking has been happening. Now on to another question that I want you to answer on your phones. In your opinion, what are some of the emerging trafficking trends that we are witnessing here in the region? 10 more seconds. I see lots of online trafficking here, lots of forced criminality, and forced begging not so much. From our data and through the recently launched Global Trafficking Report, we're actually seeing that all these forms of trafficking are emerging and are increasingly being detected in Eastern Africa, right? Forced begging, illegal adoption is also one of the concerns, and forced criminality are on the rise in this region. And especially during COVID-19, there has been an increasing witnessing of online trafficking cases, correct? So, as I mentioned, there has been an increase in the prevalence of forced begging, which is an emerging form of trafficking. And this manifests itself in either adults with physical disabilities being trafficked, sometimes from Burundi, Rwanda, and Tanzania into Kenya and Uganda, sometimes onwards. It manifests itself in children being forcibly recruited for forced begging, sometimes by community leaders. A BBC investigation recently exposed a trafficking and smuggling network for trafficking children from Tanzania into Kenya for forced begging. I mean, they're promised a better life, but who ends up making all the profit? It's the traffickers, correct? There's also an increase in forced criminality, which means that these victims of trafficking are being forced to commit crimes as a direct result of being trafficked. And that begs the question, where does the principle of non-punishment of victims step in? Food for thought. Now back to your phones again for one of the last questions. Who are the most detected victims, especially in this region? Is it adults or children? Three more seconds. All right, so 12 people answered children, correctly so, and 6 people answered adults. Our data shows that regarding the age and sex of detected victims, children continue to account for the majority of human trafficking victims. Between 2019 and 2020, like also my boss Neil mentioned earlier in his presentation, there has been a 43% increase in the detection of child victims in sub-Saharan Africa. That's a massive increase. Girls, within children, girls are the most detected victims in 2020. Girls and women together make up the largest proportion of detected victims in sub-Saharan Africa. They make up about 62% of the total victims. That's a very large number. And that takes us back to the theme of the conference, practical approaches to protecting women and children. And food for thought here. Are women and children, especially young girls as well, are they disproportionately affected by this crime? And if so, what can we do to help protect them? Okay. And next is COVID-19 has been mentioned here, and the report and some of the statistics that I've been talking about was actually, some of the research was done during COVID time, so keep that in mind. During COVID, and just as Jane also mentioned, traffickers took advantage of the lockdown. They shifted their operations online. UNODC did a study and found that children who are using social media and online platforms were increasingly targeted by traffickers, and they were being recruited, and eventually these traffickers profited from the increase in child sexual exploitation. Neil, my boss, who's also a cybercrime expert, mentioned some disturbing numbers earlier. 30 million reports of child sexual exploitation material. 200K or 200,000 are specifically in this region, which means you are not exempt, we're all not exempt from this crime. This is not like a taken Hollywood movie where Liam Neeson has to fly all the way to look for his daughter. No, this is happening right next to you. Your children, your grandchildren, your nieces, your nephew, they're sitting next to you on the couch, scrolling through social media platforms, whether that be TikTok or Instagram. And this is what the traffickers do. They take advantage of the children using these platforms, right? So we need to do better. Our data also shows that apprehended traffickers largely operate within business-type organized criminal groups. Trafficking, and as you may all know, doesn't occur as a standalone crime. It rarely happens on its own. It's always connected with other crimes, whether it's cybercrime, money laundering. There's also this new emerging form of trafficking, the nexus with terrorism as well, and how terrorist organizations engage in trafficking to gain more profit for their terrorist activities. So these are all concerning trends, but that also shows you how complex the crime is, and how, like also the Honorable Chief Justice mentioned, not one country will be able to tackle this crime on its own. But like Tyler also mentioned earlier, we don't need to overcomplicate it, right? Trafficking is complex, great, but the solutions are simple, and I'll go back to that at the end of my presentation. Our research shows that there has been a 47% decline in the number of persons prosecuted in all of sub-Saharan Africa. Now, some may say maybe that's a good thing, we're detecting less trafficking is happening, but really, this is an example of data that shows the number of investigations happening versus actual prosecutions and actual convictions. And if you look at the graph here, you'll see that there was a lot of, like a huge number of investigations initiated into trafficking, but the actual convictions are very, very low, 4% of the total. That's a very low number, which means from the criminal justice side, we need to do better on detection, investigation, and prosecution of these cases. 1 second, let me go back to... Yeah. Now, as UNODC, the best way for us to work in the region is to hear from you on what the needs are, correct? I want to hear from you, and now I want you to go to menti.com again and use the code 65751122 on the screen. It's a different code. And I'm approaching the end, Justice Jane. Okay. We want to hear from you on what are the challenges that you face when combating human trafficking cases. What is it? Go onto the menti.com and log in your answers. You can log as many answers that you can. This information will be visible to us as UNODC later, and it will help us serve you better. You need to, okay, go back. 6575-1122. Okay, so we want to hear from you. What is it that's not making you able to prosecute trafficking cases? What is it? Is it lack of bilateral, multilateral, mutual legal assistance frameworks? Are you having trouble obtaining witness testimonies? Are you having trouble securing evidence from different countries? Are you having trouble securing extradition requests? Please log in your answers. I'm seeing leak of border control, so that goes back to the porous borders that we have that was mentioned earlier by the Chief Justice. Lack of efficient regional coordination, I think that's an important takeaway, and that is essentially what we're driving into at the end of this presentation. Lack of cooperation, complexity of cases, re-victimization, links with financial investigations and corruption, lack of witness protection also, which was mentioned earlier, language barriers, lack of political commitment. I'm seeing a lot more answers here, and I think this will be very helpful in us understanding what the challenge is in order for us to be able to support you in prosecuting more trafficking cases and getting those convictions out. I'm seeing most of, as you can see on the screen, these are some of the answers that you typed, and a lot of it is related to cooperation and communication. 2 points also mentioned by Tyler earlier and the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs as well. What we need is to communicate with each other, cooperate with each other in order to successfully prosecute these cases, correct? I'm gonna go on to the next slide again. Cooperation and communication. So yes, the crime is complex, like I mentioned earlier, but the solutions are simple. That's what we need. We need to talk to each other, we need to cooperate together, and that's what the role of the EAP is, right? These 4 pillars that you can see on the screen: strong laws, national cooperation and coordination, regional cooperation and international cooperation, and research, actual data, because Director Haji mentioned that we need data in order to understand this crime, in order to be able to tackle it as well. These 4 go hand in hand for us to be able to support you in combating this crime, in detecting, investigating, and prosecuting this crime. And they go hand in hand with the core objectives of the EAAP. as shown on the screen. The main objectives is to promote regional cooperation, cooperate on mutual legal assistance, harmonize laws, exchange expertise, do more joint investigations and prosecutions for these transnational cases, correct? That's the last question that I have on the screen. And please also log in your answers through your phone because we still want to hear from you. In your opinion, and based on the challenges that you just mentioned in the earlier question, what is the best modality to facilitate cooperation on trafficking cases? How does that look like? Does it look like an informal WhatsApp group, like what Tyler mentioned in his earlier presentation? Does it look like more regular meetings between trafficking focal point? What does that look like to you? We're going to go through this question again. If you can log in your answers. And with that, afterwards, I will be done. Okay. Informal cooperation, twice. Yes. Perfect. I will actually leave this question as an open-ended one because it leads us to the next presentation, which will be introduced by Justice Jane. I hear sometimes from the government counterparts, we need benchmarking, Nuran. So I think the next presentation will give some sort of a virtual benchmarking on how prosecutors can cooperate together on effectively prosecuting and getting convictions when it comes to human trafficking. And with that, I'm done. Thank you, Justice Jane, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Nurhan, for your you made all of us be part of your presentation. So thank you so much. Our next presenter has been waiting for almost 2 hours. I'll just ask that thing, is he on? He's going to be making an online presentation. Just let me know when he's on. I think I'll be first reading his profile as the technical people connect to him. Marcelo is a lawyer from Argentina with a specialization in criminal law who has over the past 15 years worked in the field of human rights in the interpretation and application of human rights laws to hundreds of cases regarding exploitation, trafficking in persons, and violation of rights of women and children. Since 2008, he has been federal prosecutor and coordinator of the National Special Unit devoted to preventing, identifying, and prosecuting trafficking organizations and protecting victims, codenamed PROTEX. He designed and executed an action plan with several guidelines, protocols, and statements regarding the protection of victims' rights for over 300 federal prosecutors in order to enforce a uniformed approach to grant due diligence. Since 2009, Marcelo and his team have achieved a rate of 50 convictions per year while putting into practice non-criminalization, non-revictimization, and non-refoulement principles. I think he's on now, and from 2014, he has coordinated the first Ibero-American trafficking and smuggling network of prosecutors, codenamed Red Tram, with the mission to guarantee timely access to shared information and guidelines among 21 countries. He has also been a professor of criminal law and trafficking in various universities at graduate and postgraduate levels since 2008. Please join him in welcoming Marcelo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I only want to be sure that you are listening well and you are able to see what I'm presenting. That's okay? Let me start with the beginning. Well, let me start by stressing that it's an honor to be part of this important meeting and to have the opportunity of sharing with you, with such a qualified audience, our regional experience in fighting against one of the so-called organized crime phenomenon, which is human trafficking and smuggling of persons. The presentation that I'm about to share with you tries to illustrate three hidden in a very practical way. First, I want to show you the birth and institutional building of a net of Latin American prosecutors in charge of fighting human trafficking. This network is called RETRAM. You can see the picture there. It is a picture taken in our last meeting in Cartagena de Indias, Colombia. And I want to talk a little bit about its mission, its goals, and the way we interact each other. Second, I would like to share with you two brief examples of good practices achieved over the years. And last, I will tell you which are our current goals, our current objectives in this network. So I think it won't take more than 15 or 20 minutes. I will try to do it quickly. This network was created in 2011. It's a network that its member is about of 22 countries. Each country appoints a national prosecutor as contact point to integrate the network. The network is mostly integrated by Latin American countries, but also Spain and Portugal and Andorra are part of this network. The network works under the umbrella of the Ibero-American Association of Public Prosecutors. There I wrote down for you the website where you can check other kind of network. Our network is only devoted to combat trafficking and smuggling of persons, but in that website you may see or you may find plenty of new networks that were created to combat, for instance, drug trafficking, gender issues, corruption, just to mention some of them. The way we interact each other, we interact in two different ways. One of the way we interact is through a web platform called Iberia, which we exchange formal and informal communications through our emails. Now we have to get into our emails, we have to record and register our emails in this Iberia platform. The Iberia platform makes sure that we are the prosecutors who has been appointed by our chiefs, so that's confirmed that we are the one who can make this kind of legal and informal communications. And the other way we interact each other is through an instant message group. We create a WhatsApp group for urgent assistance and spontaneous information. Later on, I will tell you some examples of how this works. And our mission, if I can make a quick resume, is to speed up international legal cooperation. Of course, the creation of some international joint investigation are one of our key objectives. We try to enhance protection of victims in real time, and also we meet each other to identify common trends and obstacles, building guidelines to overcome them. For instance, one of the things that we are allowed to exchange, what of the information that we are allowed to exchange between us has to do with information about our local systems, such as criminal records, information that is available on local web database, like information about properties, apartments, houses, cars, memberships of legal persons, migration flows. That is the kind of information that we are allowed to exchange through this formal and informal platform. Then for protection victims, for instance, it was useful for us to fix when we are having a trial and we are before a trial of judges, we have to fix some video conference of witnesses that are not in our country, that they are in another country. So what we have done is first of all, we locate those victims, then we fix a video conference between the victims and the justice and the jury. And then this kind of protection of the victims grants her or him to give their testimony in a more friendlier environment. And of course, I think may prevent also reprisals against him, because she or he is giving the testimony from his own country and not facing the defendant. Then I here prepare for you some example of how spontaneous information works among us. For instance, in this slide, you may see our Peruvian contact. This is a photo I have taken from our WhatsApp group. No, Rocio Gala is our Peruvian contact. So what he have done here is alert us about a huge police operation in her country in November 2022, which involves organized crime that was emerging in Peru, called Tren de Aragua. Is the name of an important migration from one Latin American country to others, Peru, Chile, and Bolivia. This organization, as Rocio Gala showed us, operates throughout our countries, dealing with large scales of drugs and different crimes like money laundering and etc. And the following step that we have taken is for instance, this is another photo that I took from our WhatsApp group. Antonio Segovia is our Chilean representative in this network that in this opportunity, not like a month later, shared with us that Chile and Bolivia had fixed joint investigations in order to address this important organized crime, and so that's the way we create our joint investigation. First of all, we share spontaneous information about what is happening in each country, and then we build the need to create these joint investigations among us. A second example of how this kind of interaction works is the identifications of common trends and trying to build solutions about that. In our meetings and during the year in which we are in continuous touch and working together, we found out that there were very few investigations and few convictions, especially regarding public officials. No, there were not a good amount of convictions that were addressing public officials. So we thought that we need to improve our approach to this kind of investigations, and we also began to be aware that we were not addressing well the gender impact of this kind of corruption and trafficking in person link, and for that reason we did several things with that kind of information. First of all, we create a document highlighting the different types of corrupted practices identified in each human trafficking stage. For instance, we pose our attention in how corruptions can work in the recruitment stage of the human trafficking process, how it works or can it be identified in the transportation of victims. I'm talking about border control and corruptive practices in the border controls. Then we also make some, we wrote down some information about what was happening with the lack of a gender perspective in this kind of investigation. So we began to stress the importance of investigating what we call sextortion, which triggers also legislation reforms initiatives among countries. When I'm talking about sextortion is, for instance, when police officers are claiming for sexual intercourses of the woman for free in the brothels as part of the agreement that they have with the owner to gain impunity. We also came to the conclusion, as I have already told, that this kind of approaches needed some legal reforms, and so different processes in our country were initiated to try to amend our penal code and our criminal code. Then we also found the need to foster the importance of making investigating teams working together in this kind of files. For instance, trying to put together anti-human trafficking and anti-corruption prosecutors working in the same file in order to have the two angles perspective of this kind of cases. And the last thing that we are currently trying to work with is the creation of a digest of cases among all countries. That this our goal here is that we are trying to see and show in a document what kind of investigations have achieved a convictions, and showing what had worked in that kind of investigations, and also trying to put our attention in those investigations who has been dropped or dismissed, and to show as well what is working wrong there, which were the difficulties or what were the obstacles that didn't allow those investigations to move forward. This kind of program and this kind of approach to this difficult issue, we did it with invaluable international cooperation. Specifically, I'm talking about the UNODC and the Human Trafficking and Migrant Smuggling section, which provide us, it's a key and a strategic ally of us in all our initiatives, but also in this kind of programs. And we have the fortune of working, and I have to mention him, with Carlos Perez, which from the UNODC, which is a very close friend of this network, and he also had the background and the knowledge of Latin American problems, which help us a lot in building solutions to our obstacles. The last slide is a slide that wants to just show you the way we are conformed nowadays. This is a general coordination, which is Argentina in charge of that coordination. I'm myself and Alejandra Mangano, who is my colleague prosecutor in Argentina. We have the duty and the enormous privilege of coordinate this network. We have a technical secretary also, which is a sort of collaboration with the criminal analysis of this kind of information that we are gathering, meeting after meeting. Then we have a sub-coordination of Chile, which is helping us with this hashtag of coordinate these three working groups that you can see in the slide. We decided to divide these three what we call common trends, or with three needs that we found it very useful and also an urgent need to look into. The first group is a group on migrant smuggling and mixed migratory flows. This work group has the mandate to identify risky migratory flows and organized crime groups which might be penetrating in our countries. They are actually, and nowadays, building a database to gather information about all countries in this sort of mixed migratory flows. Then we have a group that try to enhance these joint investigative teams. We think that the joint investigative teams is the best way to cooperate each other, to have a very quick legal assistance between each other, because the information and the evidence you can gather in one country, you can use in the other country without any other requisites. So what we are doing nowadays in this group is trying to promote that countries in all our countries to review our own human trafficking cases, and so to check which of them may qualify for an international team and for creating an international team. And also we are we're issuing a document that can show the experience of 6 different joint investigative teams that we have already created, and the problems, of course, that they had in terms of coordination and economic research, but also the good outcomes that they have achieved. The work on trafficking and corruption I have already mentioned, so I will pass it. Work group Gender and Organized Crime. This is a very important group. We are actually focusing on a study of human trafficking cases that have women that committed crime as a direct result of having been exploited before. Especially, this occurred in the field of small scale of drug trafficking cases, the so-called mules. I'm sure that you have this kind of phenomenon there in your region. And it has to do what was mentioned before in my presentation about the exploitation and the purpose of exploitation as an illegal crime. No, when you are using the victims to commit crimes, well, we are getting aware that we are having some recurrent cases in which women are used to transport a small scale of drugs, some of them very vulnerable. So we are trying to make this kind of double approach to this kind of cases, so as to check if these kind of women are not part of a larger group of human trafficking, no? That they are carrying drugs and transporting drugs because they are victims of exploitation and victims of coercion. And the last group has to do with what we call the link with new technologies. No, we all know that pandemic had brought with it new forms of sexual exploitations through websites. So we're trying to identify a need to focus on that as well. And we need, and we are fixing some training about how to deal with this kind of investigation, because they are even more difficult than any other investigation in human trafficking, which are essentially complex. And also we are trying to learn more about the uses of the deep web and how defendants and how perpetrators can use this deep web to avoid investigations and gain impunity in this enterprise of exploiting persons. So these are mostly the things I wanted to share with all of you. And let me finish by saying that this network is absolutely important for our job. It's important because we can hold the same representatives per countries during the years. This was one of our, I may say, well, key success, because we know each other very well and we trust each other a lot, so we can share information without any kind of problems. Our region, of course, is plenty of difficulties in the way when it comes to investigate organized crime. No, it's always different to get. I was listening to other representation. No, it's always difficult to get big fishes and to get convictions against big fishes. In our region, happens the same situation. We are all part of developing countries, and we are all lack of economic resources and all kind of things. But one thing that I could recommend, what is a thing that worked with us, is building trust among us, building capacity, skills, continuous training programs in order to gain skills to fight against money laundering and against financial investigations, against corruption linked with human trafficking. And of course, that is a sort of emotional part, but it's like if we are working together, we don't feel alone in this very huge and extraordinarily difficult task. and so we can also share our experiences, share our success, and share also some kind of frustrations and try to build better solutions to that. So that was a very brief presentation. Of course, I'm totally delighted to answer any further questions. And also you can get in touch with me for any kind of further information you may need of our network. Again, a pleasure to be here, and I want to congratulate you as well for the creation of this very important prosecutor group. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marcelo, and let's put our hands together again to thank Marcelo for that detailed presentation. Basically, all they were just telling us is practical approaches in handling human trafficking cases, and of course the magic benchmarking, and of course building trust and building capacity. In the interest of time, because I see that it is 6 minutes past 5, I was just thinking that we push the plenary to when we finish the morning session. Just keep your questions so that we just answer, we handle that plenary as one. So I'm thinking that's what we should do, just in the interest of time. We could do that plenary, I don't know about, and then we take a very short break, then we come for the last one. But I'm thinking that we finish up with the RG session, which we started in the morning, we do a plenary, and then we go for a short break, and then we come back and finish the day with the 2 presentations in the evening. Thank you so much.
Can I please have Peter? I don't want to attempt the second name. And Alma Wanyama. And I will also not attempt to scattergram the program. I don't know if you guys remember the last person who scattergram the speech. Sorry, you must all be very tired, but please bear with us. So we have 2 topics that we're going to discuss very quickly in the interest of time. The first one will be child sacrifice and ritual killings. Ritual killings, child sacrifices, and human sacrifices continue in certain regions, especially rural areas within our region, in contravention of the African Charter on the Human and People's Rights. This unsettling trend has begun manifesting in our region in countries such as Uganda, Tanzania, as well as Mozambique. These killings target children, as they are often vulnerable to forced or coerced abduction. Perpetrators undertake these grave crimes under the misguided perception of economic prosperity or increased social political influence. These crimes are festered in marginalized and underdeveloped communities where the farce of economic prosperity is peddled. So Mr. Peter Sewa Kirinyanga, Executive Director, Kiampisi Child Care Ministries, Uganda, who is the founder of the Ministries, an organization that exists to put an end to the barbaric and evil practice of child sacrifice practices in Uganda. He is currently the country manager of the operations Underground Railway Road, an international organization fighting human trafficking globally. Will take us through what child sacrifice and ritual killings are, and what are some of the redress mechanisms and potential solutions. Thank you, Mr. Peter. Welcome.
I have a presentation, but probably because of time, unless I could get some quick help to connect my laptop to show. I have, with all protocol observed, I was running my mind in between showing these pictures and not, and I requested for permission that some of these pictures that are going to be shown to you are extremely graphic. For the soft-hearted, my request is to cover your heart or eyes, but this is the reality of what is happening. I've also had a green light from the DPP that we should handle this matter as it is for the reality of it. And but as they're helping me with a flash, Champisi Child Care Ministry is a small child rights organization in Uganda that started in 2009 to respond to this barbaric practice and ruthless practice of child sacrifice. Many children in Uganda are victims and have fallen to this crime. And those that manage to survive have long-lasting and mostly irreversible harm. To me, child sacrifice, and you may believe with me, is one of the worst crimes against children. I have witnessed it, I have lived it, and every day I see children within my eyes that have survived. Just today, I received a call from the police in Luwero. And last week, there was a child that was kidnapped, and his head was mutilated. They cut off the left fingers, they cut off the right small toes, they tied the little boy on a tree like a cross, and they took his head. Last weekend, I received a call from from Kamuli, from the police. These are calls from the Uganda Police Force, and they needed help to investigate a case of a child that disappeared, but later found his torso with the right hand cut off, the genitalia, and he was buried in a sugarcane plantation. We worked with the police and found a police sniffer dog, and this police walked about 3 kilometers to the shrine of a witch doctor. These witch doctors are in prison right now, and the investigation is still going on. And as we investigated, we found out that they also had wildlife crime. They were caught with pangolin, lion skin, antelope horns. Child sacrifice is a form of trafficking that is manifested through kidnaps, abductions, disappearances of children that are later found mutilated or killed, but mostly involving the removal of body parts, usually ears, the nose, the tongue, the hearts, the body parts. They even cut through and take out the body parts. These body parts are then mixed with the witchcraft-related concoctions in articles and rituals guided by the so-called witch doctors with an assumption that they will bring wealth, they will bring prosperity, or good luck, or any other fortunes. The removal of these body parts is on these children almost always leads to death. And in some situations where these children are mutilated or killed or kidnapped around waters like Victoria's, these children are buried alive, or they put a stone to them and drown them alive in the waters. You would think that these are only to the communities outside of Kampala, but the elite, the politicians, the businessmen are involved. There is always a demand and supply. We have found that the children are buried alive in construction sites, in buildings being built, in these mushrooming buildings. And
you may ask yourself, why children? Children are considered pure, they're easy to lure, they're innocent, and their blood sacrifice is considered more powerful than that of adults. In some countries, even in Uganda, Tanzania, albinos are targeted for their blood. There is another phenomenon related to child sacrifice, which is witchcraft accusation. This happens in homes here in Kampala, where a home is accused of being a witch, and they are attacked together with the children in those homes, and they're accused of witchcraft. Children are branded witches. They can't go to school, or they are children of witch doctors, and they are killed or expelled from community with their families. In many cases, they are subjected to exorcism, purification, and most often they die. Child sacrifice is majorly a witchcraft-driven human rights abuse. What does KCM do? KCM, we respond almost like a tiger reaction, and it's almost a personal level. We receive calls from all corners of this country, and we rescue immediately to try to rescue where possible. It is hard, but when we receive a call that a child has disappeared, we respond, and we have been able to rescue some children. We have in our rehabilitation center in Champisi, which we were very honored to have the Director of Public Prosecution, Justice Jane Francis Abodo, visit and her team, and they witnessed and saw some victims there. Some of them have no arms. Others you may not have seen, but they have no genitals, especially the boys. And in 2 weeks or 3 weeks from now, I'll be taking 2 boys to Australia for genital reconstruction surgeries. One of them I took in 2012. He was attacked by a witch doctor. He was a 6-year-old, and they castrated him, completely mutilated his genitals, and he was taken to Kampala hospitals. They tried to do skin graft. They tried to do genital reconstruction, but they would otherwise not be able to recreate a urethra that is not irritated by acidic urine so that he can sustain to pee. So he had a permanent catheter in his stomach, which would almost do backflows because we do not have pediatric catheters. And he had chronic infections, and the doctor, they said that he would later have renal failure and he will eventually die. And I contacted doctors all over the world, and we were able to take him to Australia in 2012, and he received that life-saving surgery. He came back. He's now 19, and he's going back for his promised second procedure that would give him a more adulthood penile replacement. He will never have children. He's rather deemed infertile, but he can have a life for the rest of his life. He can live. He is the best friend of one of the most famous cases, or the longest case we have worked with. This boy has given me permission to use his name because he's an adult now. He's almost 20. His name is Alan. Alan was attacked when he was 7 years old, and they cut a machete through his head. He was castrated, and they stabbed him in the neck, and he was in a coma for a month. This case went to court, was dismissed because the child was too young to be a witness to court. But then he would recollect everything that happened to him because the people that attacked him were neighbors. And in hospital, he narrated that. In homes, he narrated it. But the witch doctors had been released, and we appealed. At first, they told us that if an appeal is not sustained within 14 days, it cannot stand. We wrote letters, and the former Director of Public Prosecution, Honorable Justice Mike Chibita, received, looked at the file. An appeal was made through the help of the DPP. This case was reinstated 8 years later. The arrest of these witch doctors was done, and last year, after 14 years, this came to a logical conclusion, and these witch doctors were sentenced to 14 years in prison. We do medical interventions. Most of these children have lifelong injuries. Without expert in Uganda, we help them facilitate medical treatments, both locally and internationally. We have a rehabilitation center that has trained staff that helps to deal with the physical and the psychological scars. However, this area of rehabilitation is a very low-funded, low-looked-at area, and it's my urgent request that for those, especially partners here, not particularly for KCM, but those that look after victims, to support them. I spent a couple of 2 weeks, about a month ago, in a conference where there was budgeting, and there was no look in the impact of children, especially, and the trauma, and as they support the prosecution. We were almost arguing that there is need to support victim care, trauma, and psychological support. And last year in July, we had a conference, the HOPE event, where even the prosecutors and the police were crying for help, that they need psychological support on trauma and sensitization. Because most of these victims come into court, they are interfaced by police officers who are equally traumatized, and they have no idea, some of them, on how to deal with them. We have actually running battles with them to find a way to protect the victims as they go back to court. So there is a huge need. Right now, as I speak, KCM has over 120 children in care, both child sacrifice and trafficking. And the demand of support is huge. I'll give you an example. In Masindi, there was a case of a child sacrifice where a boy's genitals were mutilated. This boy was still nursing his wounds, not yet treated, but he was subjected to an identification parade where men were lined and was called to go and point out the witch doctors that attacked him. There were about 3. He pointed out one, and he collapsed. And I wonder if there are some mechanism that can be used rather than subjecting children to such. In case, there is another case in Jinja, which I won't go into detail. The father sacrificed his own son, and the case is now going in for hearing. But the suspect, his father, crossed to the other side, and we saw him whispering into the ears of the mother of the child. So there is need to really, as we fight human trafficking and child sacrifice and crimes against children, to think deeply about victim care, rehabilitation, and the care that these children need to survive, and to support the prosecution that must happen for justice. We do raising awareness and advocacy, and this we have done on many fronts. We go into the villages and do, some of these witch doctors do manipulative tricks, black magic tricks, to manipulate their clients. Interestingly, some of these clients are elite, educated businessmen. And some of the tricks they use, for example, for those that go into shrines, you realize that be careful when you go there, because there are holes in those shrines, and they put a mat, and there are voices coming under the ground, and they close the door so it is dark, and you think that the voices are for real spirits. And then the men in those holes start to speak to you, and they change their voices, and then people fear. But we have done undercover, and we have unearthed those people and been able to expose them. So we do awareness in the villages, but also with people who are elite, and also to the witch doctors and police. One time we were following up a case, and a police officer feared to enter a shrine because he thought that the spirits in the shrine would attack him. And some people still fear that. So this raising awareness is key, and we go into schools and support this raising awareness. The justice is one of the things that we push, and we follow a case to its logical conclusion using the available tools, most especially the Trafficking Persons Act, and our partnership with the Office of the DPP and the Judiciary to follow up cases to their logical conclusion. We will not give up on any case until it is finally logically concluded. So the PIT Act has been very effective in prosecuting the suspects. However, with such an irregular crime, it was important to have a definitive law and be able to clearly define and clarify the dynamics and ingredients of this crime. And so last year in 2021, the Prevention and Prohibition of Human Sacrifice Act was passed, and now it is available for use. A lot of prosecutors and police are not aware of this, and we are working to make sure that there is a lot of sensitization. It provides for the offense of human sacrifice. It's both supplementary and also can stand on its own. It also provides for offenses like if you see a human sacrifice happening and you don't report it, facilitating or financing, and other crimes. For me, I have, because of the interest of time, the victims of child sacrifice are many. Some of you haven't seen, but we have. And it is urgent. Many people have been asking me, where did the human sacrifice come from? We have some interesting mythologies. One from Tanzania, where they say that witch doctors crossed from Tanzania to Uganda, and people in Uganda thought that the witch doctors from Tanzania had more power. There is also another practice in Kenya, also that has been used as a referral. With the interest of time, I would want to stay here, to stop here. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you. Thank you.
Okay. I can see everybody's dozing. Can we all stand up except me? I'll be seated because I've not been sleeping. Burundi. Can I ask Wamaitha, maybe you can take us through some of those Kikuyu dances? Please. Is there anybody who will volunteer to give us some exercises or dance or, I don't know, some moves?
Let's do what we did in Mombasa. Write the word Africa using your head.
Okay.
Everybody stand up, stand up. Can we start? A, F, R. No, Burundi, that's the wrong spelling.
It must be French.
I know. I. C. That's easy. And then A. Perfect.
So, I think some of us lack foreheads, so we're not sure what they were writing. So I will now introduce the next topic, which is a presentation on anti-money laundering and terrorism financing. You all know this topic very well, I'm sure. There's nobody who doesn't. And the person who will make the presentation is Alma Wanyama. Alma is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, She serves in AML THB as a senior technical advisor and editor-in-chief. She will take us through challenges and solutions in this area. Welcome, Wanyama.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm going to, my presentation is on AML CFT. And the thematic, the theme of the AGM and the conference is on transboundary crime, practical approaches on protecting women and children. My presentation is not as direct dealing with women and children, but when we talk about terrorism, I believe it incorporates these rights. When I did this presentation, I took the approach of we all come from different jurisdictions. We have our own national approaches when it comes to AML CFT, and my approach is more on a global approach. And I'm going to talk about FATF, and I'm going to talk about the recommendations, the immediate outcomes, and how this affects us in our jurisdictions. So we all know what FATF, Financial Action Task Force. So this is a body that was established in 1989, and the mandate of the FATF is to set international guidelines and standards to promote effective implementation of legal, regulatory, and operational measures for combating money laundering, TF, and financing of proliferation and other related crimes to the integrity of the financial system. And so it does recognize that countries have different administrative and operational frameworks. So this is just global standards that are set to be implemented by countries in countries in as much as your local laws allow. So this is the aim of the recommendations. Forgive me for being fast for the interest of time, but I'll try to be also a bit slower for our interpreters. This is what the FATF intended. One is to identify the risks and develop policies and domestic coordination that is within our countries, how we coordinate with each other. Because when you talk about AML CFT, there's no individual body that can tackle AML CFT. This has to be a coordinated effort. And then pursue ML and TF and financing proliferation. Apply measures for the financial sector and designated sector. Yeah, like we have the banks, the mobile money sector, mobile money remittance services, and other designated sectors like lawyers, NGOs, you know. And then all those, I won't read through them, but that is the aim of the 40 recommendations that were done by FATF. So now, this was mentioned by a presenter who came to the podium and talked about effectiveness. You know, about 90, if not 99% of African countries are compliant when it comes to following the 40 FATF recommendations. The issue comes on effectiveness. And on effectiveness, that is where most countries fall short. And to cap this, the FATF came out with 11 immediate outcomes. And these 11 immediate outcomes are to help countries assess how effective they are in applying the 40 recommendations of FATF. Because it was found out that we have laws. We have legislation. The only problem is implementing these laws. That is where the challenge comes in. This is in very small print, but I'm going to read it. The first one is it's policy. This is policy formulation, and that is where most African countries are okay. When it comes to policy formulations, we have them. We have the laws that deal with AML CFT. Yeah, like in Kenya, we have the POCAMLA, Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act. We have the Proceeds of Terrorism Act. All this incorporate terrorism and anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism. Now, in the second part, we have the financial institutions. That is where we have FIUs, that is the Financial Intelligence Units. And these units, they receive what we call suspicious transactions reportings from the financial sector. So when they find that there's something that does not look okay to them, the FIUs, they get this information from the financial institutions. From the financial institutions, they analyze this information, they disseminate to law enforcement agencies for action. And then that is where, on the third one, we have the law enforcement agencies, the prosecution, and the judiciary. So at this point is where, from the FIU to the law enforcement further investigates these reports, because from the FIU, they are financial intelligence reports, so they have to be further investigated. They are further investigated, and then the law enforcement decides whether to prosecute. And once they decide to prosecute, you involve the prosecution and then subsequent court process that should lead to conviction. So that framework that I've just showed, it was the essence of the 11 immediate outcomes. And these 11, during the mutual evaluations, because most of the countries have gone through the mutual evaluation, FATF looks at these 11 immediate outcomes. The 11, it's in the FATF website. That's how they look. You'll find them looking like that. But I'll focus on IO7, that is immediate outcome 7, and immediate outcome 9, because that is what deals with AML and CFT. So in immediate outcome 7, it talks about money laundering offenses and activities are investigated, and offenders are prosecuted and subject to effective and proportionate and dissuasive sanctions. And then when you look at recommendation 3 of the FATF, it basically says that you do not need a predicate offense to prosecute money laundering. You do not ideally have to have the predicate to prosecute the predicate offense. You can prosecute money laundering as an independent offense. And these are some of the things that are looked at by the FATF when they're doing their mutual evaluation. When you look at terrorism investigation and prosecution, that is immediate outcome 9, it talks about TF offenses and activities are investigated, and persons who finance terrorism are prosecuted and subject to effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions. So most countries will argue that we do arrest the terrorists, we do take them to court, and they are convicted. But then the question comes, how many of those cases have you prosecuted and convicted terrorist financiers? Because it basically starts with them. And this was mentioned by the Chief Justice when he talked about the terrorist financiers of the bombing case that he was handling. So those are the questions that are raised. And now when you talk about AML and CFT, that is basically just something that briefly shows the process. From the financial intelligence units, the reporting entities report to the FIUs. The FIUs report to competent law enforcement agencies, whether it is the DCI, whether it is the intelligence, whether it is customs, because most law enforcement agencies have a role to play when it comes to money laundering, counter-financing of terrorism, and terrorism itself. So from there, it goes to prosecution. From prosecution, judiciary goes to asset recovery. When you look at recommendation 30 of FATF, it focuses also on asset recovery. It doesn't stop at conviction. We are talking about money, so it should not stop at conviction. Yeah, it stops at now recovering the assets of these criminals. That way, you have completed the cycle. So this. What you see there is a guideline on interagency collaboration and coordination in investigation and prosecution of terrorism and terrorism financing. This was done under the leadership of DPP, Mr. Nurdin Haji, who brought together all those agencies in one room to develop this guideline because of the realization that there's no one agency that can deal with AML and CFT. No one agency. And it's the realization that all these agencies have their own mandates, they have their own structures, they have their own policies. But at what point do they come in when it comes to money laundering and financing of terrorism? There has to be somewhere they come in. So all these agencies came together, had several months of intense workshops, and came up with the guideline. So this guideline is going to guide the investigators and the prosecutors when they're handling money laundering, terrorism, and terrorism financing cases. This is the first guideline in East and Central Africa that has been done. Currently, this was supported by the project that I'm working in, and currently we are working with the DPP, Mr. Sylvester Mwakitalu, in Tanzania, to come up with a similar guideline, and this will greatly affect and positively affect the mutual evaluation of the countries. These are some of the activities that the project has in place when it comes to IO 7 and IO 9. And like I mentioned, the last point is the guidelines. These are just regional activities where all DPPs, including those who are present here, will receive invitation letters to nominate one of their officers to come and attend these forums that will talk about the FATF recommendations, the importance, and how to implement them in your relevant agencies. It will be a multi-agency kind of training and workshop. I'll just like to bring the attention to the financial investigation training curriculum that the project is intending to do and to work on. This will be under the leadership of in Kenya we call Directorate of Criminal Investigations. That is the police in charge of criminal investigations. And the aim is to help come up with the financial investigation curriculum. It was mentioned again by a keynote speaker that these cases are brought to the prosecutors. So who brings the cases? They are done by the investigators. So if the prosecutors are asked by FATF to prosecute money laundering cases, to prosecute terrorism financing cases, yet they are not brought to you, how then do you proceed? Yet the mutual evaluation of the country is based on these issues. So this financial investigation curriculum will be done is to assist, and this will be done by the police also under the training academies, so that this curriculum is rolled out and they can be appraised that for every terrorism case, for every case on transnational organized crime, you have to open a file on financial investigation. There has to be a parallel financial investigation going on. And that way, it assists. So we want to start to curb this from there so that the police are also appraised on what is required and how they can also assist the prosecutors when it comes to prosecuting money laundering and terrorism financing cases. That is the end of my presentation. Sorry if I was too fast.
Thank you, Wanyama. I guess we will just wrap it. I don't think we are ready for any plenary now. Probably if there's anything tomorrow morning can be the day when, if there are any questions, you can bring it. With your permission, DPP, Uganda, we call it a day.
I think we could just maybe under like 2 questions or comments, and then we can, since it's the last session anyway. Thank you.
Okay. Any comments? Any comments on child sacrifice? Anti-money laundering? I think you have been overruled. So we call it a day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the DPP Nurdin Haji. And a round of applause to our dear panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of our day. The tea is there. Before we go to our rooms, let's have a cup of tea and break off for the day. Tomorrow, we request that we start a little bit earlier because we have missed some sessions for this evening, so which we intend to find time and fix in tomorrow's program. So tomorrow, I request that we have our breakfast early and we start at 8:30 sharp. Thank you so much. Enjoy your evening.